Warning. The Federal Communications Commission has determined the following content to be emotionally harmful.
Funny things that you think's funny aren't funny.
Give me cocks all the time. I want cocks all over me.
The Alan Cox Show kicks ass, man.
Welcome.
Show me what you got.
You're not going to see a lot of cocks on TV.
Alan Cox from the Alan Cox Show.
I don't know what it's about you, but I can't even stand your voice.
I think you're the biggest asshole alive.
It's going to be a great show.
Let's kick it. I'll say kick it, and you'll just kick it with a tasty groove, okay? 1, 2, 3, kick it. Kick it. Come on. God damn it. Could you one time kick it? What the?
Alan Cox.
Here we go. He'll ad-lib. He'll be fine.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, there we are. Sorry, I lost it in an email there. Hey, what's going on, gang? That was a rhetorical question. Welcome to all this. I'm Alan. Thank you for showing up. Say hi to Bill Squire, who's right over there.
Hey, creepy hugs, everyone. Thanks for listening to and watching this episode of the Alan Cox Show. Don't forget to like, subscribe, and share a cold one with the boys.
Mary Santora, nothing but boys today.
Yep.
Mary Santora is out. She will return tomorrow. And Poundcake is back behind the glass.
Afternoon, white people.
How was your weekend, Poundcake? Anything exciting?
Embarrassing and exciting, I guess.
Ooh. You want to go?
Can we get to both?
You want to go toe to toe on embarrassing? Because I got an embarrassing too.
Sure.
Toe-to-toe on embarrassing. All right. I don't think I have anything embarrassing from the weekend.
Oh, it was humiliating. In front of my own alma mater, nonetheless.
Really?
Yep.
All right. Well, let me get the pleasantries out of the way, and we'll dig right into that. The phones are working today. I was told by engineering this morning that the phones, something screwy was happening with them on Friday, and so people couldn't hear me. But I'm assured that everything is fine. And so if you want to join us on the phones, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007, 35192 if you want to send me a text there. And you can always leave us a message on the Alan Cox Show After Hours line. I will establish a caveat or a request. Mm-hmm. Not a caveat, certainly not a directive, simply a request from me to you, the customer of the Alan Cox Show, who uses the After Hours line. I would like there to be a 48-hour window as far as content goes, because I was going through the calls this morning. I had a ton. I probably had 24 calls. I think one of them is probably useful for a variety of reasons. The other one's just not. Some people leave just unbelievably long messages. But a lot of people go, hey, I'm a podcast listener. About 4 months ago, you guys were talking about something. I don't remember what I talked about last show. So I certainly, we've kind of joked about how, not even joked, we've observed how the audience just locks some things away in their brains that we have not. Because we're in here, we're doing this, we're speaking off the top of our heads for the most part. And, people have time to remember things and go through and dig and whatever. And that happens a lot, and that's great. But boy, I'm just not going to calls from 4 months ago because I don't know what you're talking about. Audience isn't going to know what you're talking about. So like a 48-hour window, if somebody goes, hey, some of you guys were talking about yesterday. I think some of you guys were talking about on Friday.
I think it should be a little bit longer than that. I think.
Give you the week.
Give the week.
I'll give you the week. Right?
The week. And then maybe every once in a while something, if you are one of those podcast listeners that's months, because they're not even going to hear this if they're listening 4 months behind. Till let's see, like August.
Right, those people won't, but we do have people that call like every week. We have people that call frequently, and it's timely and it's contextual, and it's like I like that stuff, right?
Right, but the people that you're addressing this to are so far behind the podcast that they're not going to hear this until
they're not going to get my directive until the end of the summer.
Yeah.
And again, that's fine. It's not a directive.
It's funny.
And it's listen, Mary was out on Friday and Gwen sat in, which doesn't happen obviously every time Mary is out, but when Gwen can swing it, I like having her in here. The audience loves having her in here too because she busts my balls. I was reading all this stuff on Billie Eilish, and these pop stars have these fan bases that just go crazy if anybody gives them a hard time. Now, granted, she's my wife, and she's fantastic and funny and all that, right? But like the listeners, too, and listeners love breaking my balls, and it's fine. I don't care. But boy, I thought your fan base was kind of supposed to have your back
a little bit,
They
right.
love kicking you in the
man.
balls, just nonstop. So anyway, whatever. Whose embarrassing factoid are we going to go with? Poundcake, did you say you had more than one? Or you had one?
I just had one.
You have one from the weekend.
Yeah.
I have a few stories from the weekend, but I have one embarrassing story that's all kind of cocooned together.
Okay. Is it safe to say that yours might be a little bit longer to describe? Or...
Yeah, it might be.
Okay. Well, Poundcake, give me your embarrassing thing from the weekend.
Okay. So my boyfriend lives
Set the stage.
Yeah, my boyfriend lives in Akron, so I was going to spend time with him this weekend, and we were trying to decide on what to do, like little activities, whatever. We don't always want to go out and drink, but, we might end up doing it. And so a couple friends of mine, they live in the Akron area, and they were like, oh my gosh, let's get together. I want to meet your boyfriend. We'll have a couple drinks, and it'll be fine. I'm like, okay, fine. And I went to college with these girls, so I know them well, and we wanted to relive the glory days. So we thought it would be fun.
The glory days?
Yeah. We thought it would be fun to
So lucky to have glory days.
To go back to our old stomping grounds and go back to the old college bars where we once, drank and had fun and barely remembered. So we're like, oh God, let's see what the new fish is. So
everybody does this, right? At some point, I guess, if you were out there in the bars in college and stuff doing stuff, you kind of have that's your high fidelity moment, right?
Yeah, where
people do this.
You reminisce and say let's see if we still got it.
Exactly. That's exactly what I said.
But here's the fatal flaw, and you should know this by now. The fatal flaw in that argument is you will feel like a grandpa when you walk in these college bars, and I don't want to kill it, but I suspect that's what happened to you.
Well, you'd be wrong.
Oh, okay, good.
Because here's what happened. I put on my cutest outfit. My boyfriend's excited. And then, the girls, she's like, oh my gosh, don't you remember this bar? So we head to this bar, a popular bar on Exchange Street.
And you're all about the same age?
My boyfriend's older than me, by 10 years.
Okay.
But
he's 10 years older than you?
He's 10 years older than I am.
All right.
And the two girls I was with were both close in age. And so I'm like, okay, great. So we go to this popular bar in Exchange Street called Score. Score, I think it's Score's Lounge or Score's Nightclub, whatever. And it's two bars combined, and then it has a little middle area where all the dancing and DJing goes on. And we get there, and it wasn't even 8 o'clock, or maybe it was just a little after 8. And
you went early.
I would say this bitch is already jumping. That's what I'm saying. I was like, we're gonna pregame
because people are excited to get out.
Exactly. And I was like, I don't know what the scene's gonna be like due to COVID. Did not care.
COVID doesn't exist in a college town.
Kids were out, and it was jumping already.
It does in this way because the reason kids started going out earlier is because they got used to going out with the curfew.
Yeah.
When bars were closing at 10, they're like, well, yeah, why don't we just go out earlier? Once everybody shows up, it's fun. So why are we waiting to go to a club at 11 when we can get there at 8 and just have a good time?
And that's what I thought, because even my boyfriend was like, is it too early? I'm like, nah, it'll be fine. No one's going to be there. It's jumping, going. I'm like, oh, I'm super excited. My shirt's tight. I'm ready to go. I'm like, ooh, I'm going to see some new fish. Like your boyfriend, but, I might get taken tonight. You don't know.
So it's what you're trying to say is, it's just that simple to take you away from your boyfriend. You might see a rando from college.
I just want to know if I still got it.
Why? Okay. Please, go ahead. It's your story.
Or if I had,
Fascinated by this obsession people have with finding out if they still, quote, got it.
Or bring home a third or something.
Right.
I don't know.
Yep. Did you have it in college?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, okay.
No,
everybody's banging everybody else in college, so it's hard to tell who has it and who doesn't. Go ahead.
So we're waiting in line. I'm all excited. I'm like, all right, here we go. Reliving the glory days, the Akron stomping grounds. We get up to the door, and the guy's like, can we see your ID? I was like, of course you can. You can see my ID. So I take my ID out. My boyfriend takes his ID out. The girls we are with take their ID out. And he looks at our ID, looks at us, looks at our ID, looks at us, and he's like, we only accept college students after 8 p.m. And we're like, what?
That's probably illegal, by the way. It's a public establishment.
I think he was trolling, but I'm like, wait. Are you serious? And he's like, yeah, only college students after 8 p.m. I'm like, what? I was like, so you mean to tell us that we're old?
Well, you knew that. I mean, you're not in college and you're going to a college bar.
You don't have birthdays on college IDs, though. You don't have to have
But I don't know if you have to have like your college zip card or something like that. I don't know what it was. But so I looked at my boyfriend. I was like, oh my God. I was like, we're getting kicked out because we're old. And so literally a line of college students down the sidewalk. I'm like, oh.
And nobody put up a stink for that? I mean, I guess there's nothing you can do, but that's still like...
I don't know.
Yeah.
So we went to another
I get what they're doing, but again, if somebody wanted to put up a stink.
I didn't put up a stink.
But then you're the old guy putting up a stink.
Exactly. I was like, never mind.
Then you're drawing attention to yourself.
What about alumni?
Hey, this grandpa's got a problem and not be able to get in.
And it was
look at student loans. That should count.
Jim, some kind of perv is here trying to mac on the guys inside.
There was a line of college students. So then we were like, oh no. I was like, was it the receding hairline? You could be honest. Like, why won't you let us in?
You were inviting insults at that point. Wow, I would have just turned my tail and walked.
So we went to another bar down the road, and that was another one that was like notorious in college. I was like, we'll just sit here. We'll go where we're wanted. I was like, I can't believe we got like old.
And the trouble with that the trouble with that is you'll land at a place where everybody there is clearly older than you, and you're at the young end of that place, and you're like, God, we can't get it. We're torn between two lovers out here. Feeling like a fool.
I honestly think he was just saying that because we all looked a little too old. So he probably just did that for us and then everyone else.
Well, you probably looked too sober to be in there, is what it was. You probably weren't drunk yet.
Oh, we did some pre-games. We did some pre-game pops. But I could not believe. So, yeah, that was
You couldn't believe at almost 30 that you were even if they had let you in, you probably would have felt weird in about 5 minutes.
That's why you get really drunk. I don't care.
Oh,
like,
I see.
I wouldn't have cared. Like, these were college students. Like, whatever. I was in their spot. They're not even, like, paying attention to me.
You really are wallpaper in that situation.
Right.
Like, when I went with you and my girlfriend years ago, I was just there. It just, like, I existed there, but I wasn't anything that anybody noticed at all.
No one's looking in your direction at all. Yeah. Well, it's a sobering reality, right?
Oh God, I was so humiliated. I was just like, so I don't still got it. I was so excited that he asked me to present him with like my ID. I was like, you can absolutely see my ID.
Don't they ask everybody?
Yeah, I know, but at the door, I was just like, so I don't look old to just like stroll on in, but maybe he was just looking to see. He's like, all right, well, maybe you're poaching. I'm like, I'm not poaching.
Poaching.
Trying to get some young college D.
They used to ask for ID when we would do bar crawls. When we would do the Kent bar crawl, we go to Beater's place, Water Street, and the kid at the door would be like, ID. I'm like, I'm hosting the thing, right? It's like the after party for the comedy tour.
I'm like, I'm not poaching.
They're doing their job, boy. All right, well, okay, then we'll come back and I'll get to Bill's embarrassing story too. I'm really I don't have any humiliating stories from the weekend. I'm sorry, I'd love to contribute.
That was Friday.
You
just had the show on Friday where Gwen would bust your balls.
Yeah, that doesn't humiliate me. I mean, it's like we're fooling around at home. You know what I mean? Okay, 35192. If you want to text, I will have another $1,000 for you to grab at 2:30. That is your next chance to go fund yourself. So listen for that keyword, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox.
Studios, fighting for the injured since 1928. Book your free consultation at nphm.com.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
An iHeart radio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
iHeart salutes Mom, giver of life, cleaner of clothes, fixer of problems, and matriarch of multitasking. With her own radio station, iHeart Mom's Radio, an entire station filled with hit songs from some of our favorite moms of music, like Gwen Stefani, Amy Lee, and so many more. Whether you're seeing Mom face-to-face or keeping it virtual, iHeart Mom's Radio is ready for you to turn your speakers up and toast your mom with songs from women who are strong, fearless, and talented just like her. Happy Mother's Day from iHeart, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeartRadio. Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
All right, dig it. Come on. Coolin' at a bar, and I'm looking for some action. But like Mick Jagger said, I can't get no satisfaction. The girls are all around, but none of them wanna get with me. My threads are fresh, and I'm looking deaf. Yo, what's up with LOC? The girls is all jocking at the other end of the bar, having drinks with some no-name chump when they know that I'm a star. So I got them strolled over to the other side of the cantina. I asked the guy why you so fly. He said, "Funky Cole Medina."
How does this song age? It's basically a pop song about roofing people, isn't it? Or it's knocking chicks out or does it make them horny? Is it supposed to be like Spanish Fly?
I don't know exactly.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, Medina Spirit is the horse that won the Kentucky Derby. I thought it was I thought it was Medina Spirit, but it's Medina Spirit. He's the guy that owns the horse, named it after the city of Medina in Saudi Arabia. That's, of course, the second holiest city in Islam. Do people in Medina, Ohio, know that their city is named after the second holiest city in Islam?
Oh, of course. We talk about it all the time.
All the time. Yeah. I am so happy that they didn't call us Mecca, Ohio. That would have been embarrassing.
I think it's interesting that you can rank holiness of cities.
Isn't that weird?
Yeah.
Like, so they're going to have, I mean, I get it, but they're like, okay, guys, we got to figure this out. Mecca is the one I think that most, even people who aren't, Muslim are familiar with.
Yeah.
Birthplace of Muhammad. I think Medina is where he's supposedly buried.
Okay. Well, that would make sense.
And then Jerusalem is the third one because, Muhammad grew up down the street from Jesus. Yeah, right. They're like, hey! But there, at some point, had to be, if I'm right about that, at some point there had to be like a little council. With people going, all right, which one's the top one? And boy, how would you feel if you were the fourth holiest city in Islam? You don't even get talked about. You're outside the Holy Trinity, if you'll pardon the pun. And so you go.
And the rankings.
Yeah. Hey, how come
is there
we didn't
any chance of moving up? Can there be a city that can make it into the top three, maybe even overtake Mecca?
Oh, nobody's going to overtake Mecca. I think that you're going to have, they got the Kaaba there in Mecca, that huge giant obelisk where the throngs of worshipers, gather.
So there's no,
throngs.
Arguments. Oh. Like the way, they were like, oh, Jordan's the best of all time. They'd be like, no, LeBron's the best of all time. There's not Muslims that are like, oh, no, Medina, way holier than Mecca, and someday they're going to overtake them.
Oh, I get it. You're one of those sheeple who thinks Mecca is the place to be, right? Mm-hmm. I've been hanging out in Medina since Muhammad was knee-high to a grasshopper, all right? Everybody talks about Mecca, but Medina's where it's at.
Way holier down there.
Way holier. Don't get me started on Jerusalem. But Medina Spirit was, I think it got out in front fast and never lagged. I think it was in front and won. It was 12-1 odds on Medina Spirit winning the
buddy of mine
Kentucky
bet
Derby.
$33 and won 400 something.
Really?
Yeah.
Hey, good for him.
Yep.
They're off in the Kentucky Derby. And off to a solid beginning here and it will be Medina Spirit who comes out the best to take the early lead. Mandaloon fighting for the front. Medina Spirit battles on. Hot Rod Charlie on the outside. Essential Quality on the far outside. The four of them coming to the finish in the Kentucky Derby. Here's the wire. Bob Baffert does it again. Medina Spirit has won the Kentucky Derby. Mandaloon was second. Hot Rod Charlie was third. Essential Quality was fourth. 2:01:02 the final time. Bob Baffert stands alone with 7 Derby wins.
Boy, that makes it sound so exciting, right?
It is.
Wow, it's so exciting.
Especially you got money on the line. You've been drinking all day.
So much more exciting than last year's Derby call.
And they're off. Go, horsey, go.
Yeah, that one wasn't. I didn't enjoy that one as much. But Hot Rod Charlie was in there, and those were those dudes that went to college together that all went in on a horse.
Yeah, they went to Brown.
Yeah, went to Brown University. Yep. They came in third, and then Essential Quality.
Good.
Yeah, it's not bad. I don't know what kind of money, but the Medina Spirit was a 12-1 underdog. Is that an underdog? There were horses on there that were 50-1. That's an underdog. This feels like you're an over horse as opposed to an underdog. 12-1. I mean, it's not amazing, but you're also not the 50-1 long shot. Is there a difference between an underdog and a long shot? Are these grades of chance?
I mean, I think it's kind of the same. I think a long shot is. I think an underdog has a chance to win, like they might place, but a long shot is someone that's way out there, like no one's giving them a chance.
Gotcha. Alan, there is a Mecca, Ohio. All right. Mecca Township. Unincorporated community in Trumbull County. All right, there you go.
Does that count as a town, though? Mecca?
I mean, for the people who live there, and if their mailing address is Mecca, yeah, it probably does count.
Well, I just know what
does it. People of Mecca, Ohio, if you're listening to us, perhaps you're facing east right now, but if you're listening to us, young Poundcake here wants to know if you matter. To which I say yes.
I didn't know
Mecca
if
lives
townships
matter.
Count.
What?
I didn't know if townships count.
It's an hour east of here. Yeah, townships. There are people that hit us up all the time. They're like, "Oh, I live in whatchamacallit township." Like that's your address. It's unincorporated, so it's like a little different thing. But
well, here's the thing though. That wasn't my address because I grew up in Granger Township, but it was in Medina.
Yeah.
So I was like a
Not
township
I bet
within the city of Medina. So I was still technically in the city of Medina. We were just outside the city limits, but we were in the Granger Township. So it's very confusing.
Yeah, I had a friend that lived in New Russia Township, and that's right outside Oberlin, but she still went.
Welcome to New Russia, better than old Russia, where you get thrown into gulag for the screwing up goulash. I don't know. So Mecca Township is about 20 minutes north of the Warren metropolitan area there, too. So, and you just know that Medina, Ohio was originally Medina, Ohio. And somewhere along the line, somebody's like,
we'll go with Medina.
I don't go with that around here. But I had to be told it was Medina when I first came to town. I assumed it was Medina as in funky cold.
Most people
And people
do
had to
assume
tell me
that
that it was Medina. A lot of people who aren't from this area have had to be corrected on that. I've had friends drive through and they're like, I got a hotel in Medina. I go, Medina, yeah. Cool.
They don't sound like they're familiar with the land.
No.
When they say Medina.
Not familiar at all. So tell me about your humiliation this weekend. Poundcake told his story. I'm going to give away some money first.
Give away the money first.
And then you're going to tell me the story. Unless it requires longer than until my next break. Do you need a full segment to lay this out for me?
I can tell it now.
Okay. Here's $1,000 for you. It's your recent chance to go fund yourself. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword deposit at WMMS.com. That's deposit. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
From people who have hit me up because they have, as of yet, ended up empty-handed, we're doing these until the end of the month. So there's a dozen chances every day for you to win $1,000. Somebody wins every time, all through the month of May. So I'll let you do the math on that. But if you've struck out so far, don't sweat it.
Keep trying.
Yes.
Okay.
You might feel like you're the underdog right now, but you're not necessarily a long shot. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, so I was at Hilarities this weekend working with Sam Morrell. And that's an important part of the story right
Yep.
there. So
those were good shows?
They were great shows.
Okay.
Sam is so funny. Dina Hashem was featured, and she's hilarious. Then there's Casey Solengo popped in and did guest sets on Saturday because he was in town for the draft. Lots of fun.
Is that a football player comedian?
No, he's just he does some like YouTube videos about football. So he was in town doing that stuff.
Okay.
And very funny guy. Lots of good times. We hung out with Sam and Dina and had some, laughs and just enjoyed the weekend overall. Friday night, this isn't the embarrassing one, but it's still kind of funny because I was pulling double duty on Friday where I was going back and forth between the First Energy Stadium and the draft and Hilarities.
Yeah.
So I run down there and I'm like interviewing people, asking them to name as many former quarterbacks, starting quarterbacks of the Browns since 1999, things like that, getting some B-roll footage. You can see that video on the WMMS Facebook page or Instagram or Twitter. So I made that little video, but I had to go down in between shows, and I took a bird scooter down. First time ever using one. It worked great. I was down there. I'm getting some good footage. It's
Is this
funny.
what Cody crashed on in Denver?
I think so. Not in San Diego.
In San Diego.
It was a Lime scooter.
Lime scooter.
One of those. So I was on one of those, and I'm like, this is perfect. I'll get one on the way there, and then I'll get one on the way back. I'm coming back up. I get on the Lime scooter or on the bird scooter. They shut them down at 9 p.m. and it's like 9:20
from a central location.
Yes, and I am about a mile away from the club. So I have to run to the comedy club from First Energy Stadium.
Oh, you can't do like old school where you just use one foot on the
no, because they lock the tire.
Yeah, there's tires.
Yeah, they lock it up. So
I didn't know they locked those up. Like
like the motor locks on it, so it's got like a brake.
It won't go anywhere.
Engages when they're charging at night.
I understand that, but like they should be available 24/7 when people need them.
But they don't because they don't want people. I think because that person died on one here, so they shut them down around nightfall.
Because one person died?
Yeah. They don't want people to be drunk on them, and they don't want people to be...
Only one person.
Well, that's baked into the cake.
Control. Yeah.
I mean, okay. So anyway, so
then I have to run, and so I have to like run basically right on stage Friday night for the late show. I'm like all sweaty. I get up there.
Winded.
I'm like, hey everybody, I'm here to go.
But you have a story.
But I have a story, and it was funny, and they rolled with it pretty good, and it went fine. All the shows went really well.
Yeah.
But last night, as Dina's coming down the feature act, and I'm about to bring the headliner up, Sam, I'm walking up the steps, which I have walked up thousands of times. I've been working at Hilarity since 2005. So I've been to this club so many times, walked up those steps so many times, I trip on my way up the steps.
All the way down?
I just like fall on my, and like I kind of spin and like fall on my back, and Dina like walks by me, and I just hold up my hand, and she gives me a little fist bump and like walks off the stage. And
so you drop to your knee, or you
no,
go...
I fell on my back.
You going up the steps, you fell on your back.
Going up the steps, I fell onto my knees, scraped them up, and then like did like a little bit of a roll, so I land on my back. So I'm just laying there on the ground.
Are those
on
hard
my
steps?
back.
Are they carpeted? Or
They're hardwood steps.
Hardwood steps, okay.
But the stage is carpeted, so I fell onto the stage.
Yeah.
And
did you get a laugh?
Oh yeah.
Okay.
Absolutely. The best thing is the biggest laugh comes from the sound booth where the manager of the club is, and he's just dying. He's losing his mind. And so I get up there, I kind of play it off.
But you still feel weird.
Yeah, of course.
Yeah, you screwed up your... Yeah.
Right, and I'm kind of in my head about it too, so I kind of play it off, get a few laughs, and then I'm like, all right, enough of me. Let's bring up your headliner. Please welcome to the stage, Sam. And because I was in my head, I completely forgot his last name.
He was just on the show. He was just on your show.
Yeah. I've introduced him 4 times already this weekend.
Yeah.
I know his name.
He's named after a mushroom.
Yes, Sam Morrell. I know his name. But for whatever reason, in that moment, it was completely gone. It took me, like, I didn't look it up again. It took me another 5 to 10 minutes just for it to like come back in my head. I'm like, Sam Morrell, that's it. So now that moment is living in my head for the rest of my life.
It's like when I call Dave Attell Dave Chappelle every time he's here.
That is an exact perfect analogy, perfect analog for that. It was so embarrassing, and he played it off. He got great laughs off of it, and
so
was
give it
cool
to me.
About it.
Give it to me live. You go. Please give it up for Sam.
I go. all right, you guys ready for your headliner? And they go crazy. I'm like, you know him, you love him. Please welcome Sam.
But they know, in your defense, they know who they're there to see.
And I'm like, Sam, where's his last name? It's not in my brain. I can't think of it. And I was just so
And
embarrassed.
thus your friendship ended.
Oh, no, he was great about it.
Well, how did he immediately address it?
He goes, you think you're doing all right in this business, and then the MC you've been working with all weekend can't even remember your name. So I got a little more work to do. And he's got that great voice where he's like,
he's like Florentine, yeah.
Got that gravel. He was cool about it. He thought it was funny, and he gets it. You know, he's a pretty.
Hey, listen, you've got
guy.
a story. He's got a story because I bet that's never happened before.
Oh, he's got a clip. I'm waiting for that to get posted and being like, because he did get some great laughs off of it.
Right.
So it was just ridiculous, and it's one of those things. Like everybody else is like, oh, don't worry about it. It was funny. And blah, blah, blah. I'm like, yeah,
it still sucks.
It still sucks, and it's one of those things. Like you have those cringe moments in your life where they just come back in your head at like the most inopportune times. You'll just be having a great day. You'll be walking around and you'll be like, hey, remember the time you fell down and then forgot the headliner's name? That's
in the same weekend.
You're an idiot. In the same moment, basically.
Yeah, right.
And so like that's going to be one of my nice little intrusive thoughts for the rest of my life.
There you, as if you need more of those.
Right, exactly.
Yeah. Wow, that's fun.
Yeah, it was mortifying.
And then the drunk girl yelled out.
Oh, the drunk girl.
Do you want me to play the drunk girl?
Yeah, you can play it.
Go
This is Friday or no Saturday show. Saturday show.
I'm not on that show.
She goes, I love you on Rover.
Yeah.
I'm on the Alan Cox Show. It's in the afternoon. You're drunk. I forgive you.
Oh, there you go.
Yeah, she.
Maybe she.
At the
Have
end
you
of
ever
my
been
set,
on Rover? Maybe she heard you on Rover.
I went on Rover one time.
That's what she loves.
To like talk about Roverfest one time,
right?
Because they like put us on the other side of the venue, and I was just like, yeah. So, but yeah, it was funny. Just she's like, I love you on Rover, and I'm like,
Is that after the tripping and the?
No, that's on Saturday, different show.
Pre-tripping.
So like I had a great set that night. I had great sets all weekend. I was tuning up everything for this weekend at Hilarities, where I'm recording an album, and tickets are getting real low. So if you want to get those tickets, don't wait, because Friday and Saturday are going to sell out pretty soon, and then Sunday's getting like over half sold out. So
are you concerned that people will now expect you to do like a pratfall?
Obviously
you don't want that to become part of your mystique.
Yeah, I don't think I could make that happen.
Yeah,
I don't think it would look as good. Like it's got to be a natural fall.
Right.
Like doing it like on purpose, it's not going to be the same.
Well, that sucks.
It sucks, but it was funny, and it like it's just one of those moments where you're like, what? Ugh.
It's literally like a nightmare people have come to life. Like when in radio, you have nightmares like where you're out of time, or the microphone doesn't work, or you don't. Back in the day, you had a record that ran out and you didn't have any more music. Or when you're in college and it's a quiz or a test or a final and you don't know anything about anything. This, for a comedian, you have a nightmare where you trip going up and you forget the headliner's last name.
I'm way more embarrassed about forgetting Sam's name than the falling. Falling was hilarious. That's like a little anomaly. But forgetting the headliner's name on a night after, like, this is the last show. I was with him all weekend.
Did you have?
I know his name. I don't know why I had such a sturdy brain fart.
I don't know if you can recreate that moment, or recall that moment. But in that moment, was there anything coming? Were you like Mason, Marcus?
No, I couldn't remember
nothing.
What it started with. Like I was like sitting with my girlfriend afterwards and trying to remember what it was. And it took me 10 minutes to even get back to like the M's and be like, what is his last name? I just kept.
Did it come to you, or somebody yell it out?
No, it came to me eventually.
Oh, okay.
But I was, after he was already up.
Oh, so. He came up.
Yeah, he came up to that. He came up to Sam and then made fun of himself.
No.
He played it off in a pretty funny way.
And trouble is, that's one of those things where everybody go, "Oh, it's fine," because they want to make you feel better. Yeah. But you're like, it's awful. It's terrible. There's no way back. What am I going to do? And was that the last show of the weekend?
That was the absolute last show of the weekend.
Well, that's a way to close it out, boy.
Yeah, right. And then apparently there was a customer that I ruined his night, or almost ruined his Party of Eight's night with my bad jokes, because he said I was so bad. And
was he yelling at you? Or
no, he left a comment on our Facebook page.
Oh.
And I was just like, he like sought out one of my videos and commented
And said you ruined his night.
Said I almost ruined his whole party of 8's night.
As the host?
As the host,
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
And I don't exactly know what I did.
It sounds like it's not hard to ruin his night.
Yeah, perhaps.
It's like if Sam stunk, you'd be like, man, I paid for you, whatever.
Right. I don't know if
Sam, what's his name?
Morel.
Morel, right.
Morel.
Okay, gotcha.
The cute one.
So he said he's going to call and explain further. I don't know.
Who is Sam or
no, this dude that I almost ruined their night.
Explain further.
I'm like, yeah,
oh
call,
boy,
man.
that'll be fun.
I want to hear what you got to say. I want to know how in 10 minutes of me doing well, I almost ruined your night.
Hey, at least he knows what show you're on.
Yeah,
that girl didn't.
He didn't even know he's like, the female comedian was 20 times funnier, and I was just like, okay. So I was some level of funny because
right.
Because if you thought I was zero funny, then if you know simple math, 0 times anything is 0.
Yeah.
Anything times 0 is 0.
Well, maybe he's a mathematician too.
We'll find
maybe
out.
That's why it worked out. Okay, look, I've got to take a break. If you want to, join us, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007 and 35192 to text.
The Alan Cox Show on
in, too, if you want to send me a text. AlanCoxShow.com. And watch live there if you want. Thank you to Chabla Horkenshine, Horkensheen, who's helping out today in our video department.
Sent you a few good names from the draft.
Oh, yeah? Oh, yeah, you did?
Yeah.
Yeah, some people were blowing me up with the names, the draft. All I've ever said is that I want people to be sending, or for the Cleveland Browns to be grabbing people with good names. For the team, we had Barkevius Mingo and
someone wanted to know why you always say Barkevius Mingo in Sean Connery's voice.
Barkevius Mingo! I don't know why. It's just why I like. That's how I like to do it. I don't know. I may have once had a reason. It doesn't come to me now. But yeah, a lot of people were sending me some of the information on people who got picked up.
The Mamador Lenore.
Right. Ifiatu Melifonwu went to the Detroit Lions, and people were like, oh, Alan Cox would have been happy if the Browns had chosen him. So, yeah, there were some good names in there. Jeremiah Owusu Koromoa. Is that who you mentioned? That's the Browns guy.
The Browns drafted him, and then there was also Rashad Wild Goose, which I
love
like
that name, Wild Goose.
Good.
Yeah, that is a great name. So, yeah, I don't, the Browns are my B team behind my Chicago Bears.
Who took Justin Fields. That's exciting.
They did, from The Ohio State University. That's right.
People are saying they had a pretty good draft overall.
Yeah. And, because coming off the Jay Cutler years, then we unfortunately had the Mitch Trubisky years. And that flamed out very quickly. So
you guys have had some tough times at quarterback. I mean, so has the
Indeed.
Browns, but I feel like you guys have stuck with, like, the Browns, you kind of feel the bust a little quicker.
Yeah.
I feel like, every once in a while you guys will get a guy and be like, hey, this might be the guy. And then he just slowly declines. So I have like one streak of games where like, oh, he's doing it. He's going to be okay. And then just falls apart.
Yeah, Kyle Orton. Yeah. I mean,
Kyle Orton's like the best one you had.
Well, the year I moved back in 2006, we had Rex Grossman, and he took him to the Super Bowl.
Right.
And nobody could figure out why, because he stunk.
And he was terrible.
Yeah, and then they lost, obviously. But
still, one of my favorite press conferences of all time is after that season, he was still the starter, but he was just having a rough streak of games. And I think it was the last game he ever started, and he was doing this post-game press conference, and he just knew he was done.
Yeah.
He just knew it. He was just so all over the place and defeated, and it was kind of heartbreaking, but also kind of funny at the same time.
We had Brian Hoyer for a cup of coffee. We had, who else did we have? We had Cordell Stewart. Remember Cordell Stewart? Yeah. He played for the Steelers for a bit.
And he bounced around the league a little bit.
Yeah. I mean, Jay Cutler, he made his mark on the team. He still has a whole bunch of passing records with the team, whatever. But Jesus, the guy was just
he's one of the best bad quarterbacks you've ever
there you
had.
Go. So, but
he
yeah,
could sling it, but he just never could get it done.
So the names, you sent me another one, the DeCommodore or something.
That was the what was it?
Is it Diamador or DeCommodore or
I think
something?
It's Diamador.
Diamador. Well, I love these names. So
Diamador. Lenore.
There you go.
Or Lenoir.
Whoever they get.
Probably Lenoir.
That's the guy that I will get. I'm not a jersey guy per se. But if the Browns, get a guy with a name, although traditionally it's the first name that's better, so the jersey is kind of immaterial.
Well, if we got Rashad Wild Goose, then you got the last name that you want.
Right. Did we get him? I thought somebody else got him.
He went to the Bills.
There you go. Which is where what's his name went? Trubisky.
Yes.
So they get Trubisky and Rashad Wild Goose. But at least for once, the Browns are sitting in a good position where nobody's freaking out about the quarterback.
Great.
They're like, yep, we're fine. We're good.
And that's kind of the point that I was doing with the naming all the old quarterbacks.
Yeah.
It's finally over. We finally have a guy that can lead our team for a few years.
People are looking and going, thank God Case Keenum is still around because...
Not him.
I'm sorry?
Not him.
Oh, Kyle Laletta is still around
not him
and
either.
Doing just fine. I'll tell you what, when they pulled him, I can't think of the other guy. Those are the only two guys that come to mind.
You can't think of anybody. He wakes up feeling dangerous sometimes.
Oh, Baker Mayfield.
Yeah, that guy.
Right, he feels
likes
dangerous.
Going to the Cheesecake Factory parking lot.
They've got a huge menu. I mean, you have that menu.
So good.
You have that menu sent out to you, and then you flip through it, and you have to be in your car because it takes quite a while to sift your way through a Cheesecake Factory menu. You can't believe they've got so many items.
It's like a small book.
Not even just the cheesecake. It's like a laminated Bible. So I fully understand why. I mean, I assume that's why he was sitting in the parking garage, leafing through that. Why waste the time of going in? Why waste the server's time of going in, sitting down, going, you want to sit in your car, you leisurely look through it before you go in and know what you're going to order.
I am a guy that likes to look at the menu before I go to the restaurant.
Oh, I'll look it up online.
Yeah, I look it up online.
I don't like to waste time.
I like walking in and like basically being able to say exactly what my order is going to be.
Let me tell you about our specials. Not necessary.
Just
Thank
shut
you.
up and bring me this.
That's right. I'm going to save you time. I'm going to save me time. I don't care what nonsense the chef is trying to unload on people because the new shipment's coming tomorrow. You can save that crap. I don't need your filet of sole. I don't need your orange roughy. I never get seafood on a Sunday. What, are you kidding me? Do you want to talk to the guy who hit you up on Facebook?
Yeah, let's do it.
Hey, Dan.
What's up, Dan?
Dan, you went to Bill's show on which night was this? Okay. My screen says Dan is on the phone. Bill ruined his night. What are little sister gloves?
But what did you not like about my set? Like, I don't understand. Like, I did very well on Saturday. Those were good shows. The crowd that was laughing. That's not what they were doing, man. But no, it's fine that you say that. But what you're saying is that you don't like me. But to act like I was up there bombing is not factual. I did really well. That was on Sunday. You're not good at listening.
And that's also got nothing to do with the set, Dan. I mean, if there's you can't argue people laughing though.
But again, Dan, I did well. You just don't like me. And I know what show were you at? Saturday, the early show or the late show? Okay, I did very well on that show.
And Dan, nobody's going to know better how they did than the guy on stage. Because if they eat it, they're going to know it.
Also, you have to also understand that when you're hosting a show, you're going up to a cold crowd. So by the end of my set, the crowd is warmed up. You don't go up on stage as the host of a show and kill front to back almost ever. So when I go up there and I get people rolling, they're still sitting down, they're still getting settled, and I'm up there working on my jokes for my album recording, which is this Friday, Saturday, and Sunday at Hilarities. I'm getting people warmed up to laugh at jokes for the rest of the night, and I do my job very well. And if I didn't do my job well, Hilarities wouldn't bring me back again and again and again to work there. But I'm also not that. Dan. You don't like me for something, and I don't think it's my comedy. There's something else that I've done that has made you upset, but to say I'm not a featured comic, I'm headlining there this weekend.
And to say that he almost ruined your weekend, Dan, that's a little hyperbolic. Okay, what?
Well, it sounds like you're kind of a soft person is what it sounds like.
He ruined my weekend. That's what you wrote. He ruined my weekend.
But it's not, though, Dan. It's not. There's no yes men in a comedy club.
Yes men in the front.
I'm there hosting the show, getting people warmed up, and they're laughing and they're having a good time.
If you could pack a comedy club with people who already liked you, then every comic would kill.
No, but that's what you do, though. When you that's not how it works, sir.
Dan, you're never going to believe this. Dan, you are never going to believe this, but I have a whole show planned with or without your contribution. Well, I feel much better.
Again, there's something that I've said about you in the past. I feel like you have some sort of thing against me.
There's something deeper.
There's something deeper. It doesn't know how to work the live stream. It wouldn't work.
I prefer my
Have
wooden
you thought
planks
about
to
trying
be.
your hand at comedy? 'Cause
I
you're
prefer
killing
my
it.
wooden planks to be faceless. Well, you are killing it, Dan. Right now, my sides are splitting.
Again, Dan, you're not telling the truth. You're not telling the truth. You don't like me, and that's fine. I don't care if you like me or not. That's fine. But to say that I don't know how to do my job, that I'm not a funny comic, is just your opinion. It was a good show. I wish I could fit into an extra large sweatshirt, sir.
So Dan, you're just trolling then.
I didn't want to make it a thing, but everybody around me, everybody in our group, everybody near our group was like cringing the whole time.
There's absolutely no way that was happening.
What I do for a living is just like if you're consistently doing something bad and somebody doesn't say something to fix it, then it's never going to get fixed. You're just going to continue to go up there thinking you're doing good, like a 5-year-old, because everybody's telling you like that you're doing a good job, but you're not.
But Dan, you know that comedy clubs aren't charity, right? If somebody doesn't produce, they don't get asked back.
That's true. Well, so
and they wouldn't have me headlining and recording an album there this weekend. And I wouldn't have been able to do this for 17 years.
Yeah.
And make a living at it.
No idea how that's possible. I mean, it is incredible.
Well, thank you.
Well, so you're not a fan. I mean,
Yeah.
Bill, believe it or
I wanted to say. I mean, it's not. I didn't want to. It's not.
But again, you keep saying this thing where like everybody's reacting like cringing or something like that. And again, I'm opening the show, getting people ready to have a good time, and I did well all weekend long. There wasn't any show where I bombed.
Take it back because I didn't know you were an actual comedian, because you're not. So
But that's again, dude. You can't keep saying that. You can't say I didn't know you're an actual comedian because you're not. I've been doing stand-up comedy, making a living at it for 17 years. How does that?
How that's possible?
Because I'm funny.
Dan, do you mind my asking? How is possible? Dan, do you mind my asking what you do for a living?
I do sales.
Okay, sales. So if you weren't good at sales, you wouldn't have your job.
Correct.
So you just answered your own question.
Well, I mean, there's people that skate by.
No one skates by.
Like
Nobody knows. I've done sales. Trust me. You know this too. Nobody skates by in sales. Nobody's like, well, I tried to get him to come onto the account, but, if you don't produce, you're out.
Correct.
So you're good at your job.
I mean, some people would say I'm not. Some people would say I'm great.
So now he's backtracking. I see. Well, then they should fire you, Dan.
What do you want me to say?
No, I'm saying if you don't think, Dan, if you don't think you're good at your job, why would your employer think you're good at your job?
Right. Well, that's when people start standing up and saying, "Hey, maybe this guy isn't doing so well," and that's I feel like I might be the first one.
Oh, I see. You're trailblazing.
Callers that call you in today or soon and just say, "Hey, listen, I was at that show or I was at the Friday show." I agree with Dan. we can't just let somebody go out there and fail miserably and not say anything about it.
But I'm not failing.
So you're welcome, Bill. You're welcome.
Oh,
okay.
God.
All right, good.
Welcome.
Okay,
All right,
thank
Dan,
you, Dan.
take it easy.
Thanks, pal.
Absolutely.
All right, so he's a trailblazer. He's going to get it all going, and right.
He's just a troll. He's just a dude that...
But there's something else going on.
And that's what I'm always saying.
We
There's
didn't get
always
to what it
something.
was. I wanted to get to what that was.
There's always something going on with guys like that where they don't think I'm funny because either they want to do comedy and they're afraid to do it, or they, I hit on something that offended them, or just something is deeper with him. It's not like if you see someone that you don't like and you go, oh, okay, this wasn't my taste, but to like try and tear me down to the point where you say things like, oh, you're not a real comedian or anything like that. It has something to do with who he is. Like, he has been hurt by me in some way, and he hasn't recovered from it. That's my take.
Well, evidently you've done irreparable damage to his sense of humor, Bill.
Right.
You've hurt him. By the way, you better call the album Yes Men in the Front. Just FYI.
Yes Men in the Front. I got a name. I got a name now.
Hey, Cody.
What's up, guys?
How are you?
I'm doing all right. Just turned on the radio and caught that whole spiel, whatever it was. I just wanted to invite Dan up on to stage at Hilarious to see if he can do a better job. I think you guys are all hilarious all the time.
Well, that's physically impossible, but I appreciate the sentiment. I mean, it's no. Listen, people go, "Oh, you think you could do it?" That's not even what he was saying. But the bottom line is,
right, and that's
is
not
like
what I'm saying.
if you're a comedian, and I know this because early on I wasn't very funny when I was doing stand up, but then you get incrementally funnier and blah blah blah. But when you're not funny, you don't get a lot of laughs. The funnier you get, the more laughs you get. Again, this is not hard to figure out.
And also, when you're not funny, you don't get a lot of work either.
Right.
And I've been able to consistently get work, draw crowds, record albums, get lots of plays on those albums.
Nobody's more sensitive to it than the performer. Right. Nobody knows better if you ate a big shrimp sandwich than if you're coming off stage going, man, that did not go well.
Right.
Nobody's going to know that better than you.
I record my sets too. So like I hear the laughter, like I go back afterwards and I go, oh, okay, that was either good or it wasn't good.
Yeah.
You want some audio from Saturday? I can play it real quick.
I mean, one of the hardest transitions for me was when I went from stand-up to radio, because there was no immediate feedback.
Right.
That took me a while to get used to.
That's very
because
difficult.
I'm like, I'm in a room and I'm talking to people and hopefully they're digging it because I'm doing bits and stuff and but you have no idea until your ratings book comes out and you're like, oh, there are some people laughing. Okay. But there's no immediate whatever. I got to take a break here. If you want to get a text in, you certainly can, 35192. If you want to call, 216-578-1007, 800-348-1007. And you can listen anywhere on the iHeartRadio app.
Take a look out.
800-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Mary's out today. She will return tomorrow. You want to join us on the phone, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007. Indians start at the first of 4 against the Royals tonight here in WMMS. That's an 8:10 first pitch. So 7:30 something is when your pregame will get going. It was a lot of up and down in the weekend series in Chicago against the White Sox, but the Indians took 2 of the 3.
Nice.
Shut them out yesterday, by the way. 5-0 Indians. So there you go. So 8:10 tonight is your first of 4 in Kansas City. There's going to be 3 night timers, and then Thursday's a day timer. So you will hear it here on WMMS. The Cavs are off tonight. They will play the Suns here at home tomorrow night at 7 o'clock. Hey, Drunk Sue.
Hey, baby, how are you?
Hey, what's going on? Where you been?
Hey, well, at home, obviously.
Okay. She couldn't remember where she was, or okay, good.
No, I'm calling in Bill's defense.
Thank you.
Okay.
That Dan guy can KMA. You know what I'm saying?
Kiss your ass, I think. Unless it's something saltier than that.
Sucking it.
So he can suck it? Okay. Yeah, all right, well. But you weren't at the show, Sue.
Bill. I went to the Hurties, and I saw Bill.
Right.
Now, maybe Bill made me laugh. He did.
Well, and I got a lot of texts from people in the break who had the exact same experience as you, so.
Yes.
Wait, you weren't there this weekend.
No, this is like a year ago.
I see, okay. And Bill, in that year,
I went to get to the Hurties, and I went.
And Bill, just so that Drunk Sue feels okay, in the past year, you haven't gotten less funny.
No, I'm saying, what I'm trying to say is, Bill was funny. He was.
Thank you.
We believe you.
Yes.
You don't have to convince
At
us.
At the same time, I didn't get all his humor. Like, I didn't get it. You know what I mean? So some of the things I didn't understand that were supposed to be funny.
Like what? Anything come to mind?
No, come on. That was a year ago, dude. I can't remember what I had for dinner yesterday. Pizza.
So you can remember. But she didn't even wait. It wasn't even space in the air. I can't remember what I had yesterday. Pizza.
Well, yeah.
What kind?
Italo's, and I had to go pick it up.
No, I meant what was on the pizza.
Oh.
Not what store, what kind.
Sausage.
Huh?
I got 2 large pizzas. One of them was pepperoni sausage. The other one was pepperoni sausage. But on the other side, it had olives, black olives, and jalapeno pepper.
Oh, you do the half thing on the pie? I'm not into that.
Yeah.
Nah, I'm not into that. Just get another pizza that has the toppings you want. Get 2 pizzas. One with the toppings you want, the other one with the toppings you don't want. For the other person, whatever.
Well, I had a few people to feed, so
yeah,
I had to get more than 1 pizza.
Well, all right.
Yeah. But, Bill, I think you're fine.
Thank you, Sue.
Don't worry about that Dan guy. He's
not worried about him.
I don't think he's worried about him.
Yeah. No, don't worry about that.
What do you have for dinner tonight?
I was saying, I can't remember. Oh, guess what I'm doing?
What are you going to have for dinner tonight?
Leftover pizza.
Sue. All right, thank you, Sue. I like where she tells me where she got it. Well, maybe that was unnecessarily confusing. If I say what kind, and she tells me the place she got it, that's probably on me. I was thinking toppings.
What toppings?
Hey, Mitch. Hello. What's going on?
Hey, guys. Hey, Alan. Hey, Bill.
Hey, what's
up? Hey, Bill. I just wanted to mention I went to your crowd work show that you did the other night. Me and my girlfriend were there. Oh, man, you were hilarious. Like, you and Mary were awesome. Like, it was a great show. You even took us up on stage after and took a picture with us. And
oh, yeah, that was a lot of fun, man. Thank you very much.
Now, did Bill make it up the steps okay?
Oh, yeah. Yeah.
That night I was on point with the steps.
Yeah, right. Each one of them.
And remembered names. So that was one of my better Sundays.
What's this guy's name?
Mitch.
Mitch! He did it! Took one picture with you. Okay, thank you, Mitch.
Thanks, Mitch.
Thank you.
Guys, I know I'm funny, by the way. Like, I don't need a bunch of people just call in. Like, I appreciate it. Like, I very much appreciate it, but I think that's also...
They want to be a booster.
And I appreciate it, but I feel like we can do better things on the show today than just tell me that I'm good.
You're right about that. I'll tell you what it is. We play Twisted Sister on WMMS from time to time. I have my Twisted Sister shirt on Friday.
Yes, you did.
Had seen the story that they were in court. A guy sued them saying that we're not going to take it. Some politician in Australia said that it was based on a song that he had done. And that, or this guy had used a version of their song and done lyrics or something. And they said it was copyright infringement. And so Dee Snider was all excited. And, you know, whatever. Copyright suits happen all the time. But the part of the story that blew me away was, God, I'll never hear that. And I loved this as a kid, loved the video. Had the guy from Animal House in it.
Such a funny video, especially when you're like a little kid, just seeing these like wild men bursting into a house.
Yes. The guy that was Niedermeyer in Animal House, I think. He was the maestro on Seinfeld. I forget the actor's name, but this video, because we didn't have cable, so we didn't have MTV when I was a kid, but we got some scrambled video channel from somewhere, and they used to play this video all the time, and I was transfixed. Had the big Twisted Sister logo. I had a huge Twisted Sister phase as a kid. Anywho, this song was on all the time. But the thing that jumped out at me in this story was that the judge in the case said it was copyright infringement, and also he denied the other guy's claim that Twisted Sister had already ripped off this melody from "O Come All Ye Faithful." The Christmas song. Has anybody ever noticed that "O Come All Ye Faithful" sounds like "We're Not Gonna Take It"?
I've never put those together.
Like the melody, if you sped it up. "Oh, come all ye faithful." Is that Twisted Sister?
I don't think I can make those match.
Man, how did they come up with that?
We might need DJ Cumberbund to make that happen.
Right. We're not gonna take it. No, we're not gonna take it. We are not gonna take
Going
it
a little fast
anymore. Oh, it fits like a glove. Now I hear it. Oh, come, all ye faithful. I will never again, though, hear this song without hearing Dave Chappelle go, "We're not gonna take it." When he gets he gets pulled over with his white friend and the Chip, and the radio's blaring. "We're not gonna take
Dave,
it."
I did know you could do that.
So Dee Snider and Twisted, whatever remains of that band, by the way, he still owns everything associated with it, and there was a lot of animosity over the years among the members. A couple of them have died along the way, I think, too. But I just loved the line about the guy that said it shouldn't be copyright infringement because they already ripped off "O Come All Ye Faithful." I had never, ever heard that connection to the song. But Dee Snider, I don't know how old Dee Snider is these days, but he's always stayed in shape. Big, tall guy, stayed pretty ripped for an old dude.
No, he looks great.
Looks pretty good.
Doing on Sundays, there's a House of Hair.
The House of Hair on WMMS. Still flying that hairband flag.
My introduction to Twisted Sister was from the movie Flight of the Navigator, because Sarah Jessica Parker talks about going to a concert. She's like super young in this movie. It's probably one of her first films, and she's like, "I went to see this band last night," and she had like pink stuff in her hair, and the little boy's like, "What are they called?" And she's like, "Twisted Sister." And he's like, "Who's she?" And she goes, "Actually, it's a he. Actually, it's a them."
Yeah.
And I thought that was pretty funny at the time. And then that's like how I heard of them. And then I went to a friend's house because we didn't have cable at that point and saw the music video. And I was like, "This is cool stuff."
Yeah, I loved it. And they had been around for a while before they blew up on MTV, as a lot of bands had, you know, kicking around New York or whatever. And I just liked the name. I liked the whole vibe. I was a kid. So I'm like, I'm not going to take it anymore.
And it's very much like the music video is playing exactly two kids. Where it's
Yes.
like, yeah, I'm not going to take it anymore either.
That's right.
You're mean, Dad. I don't want to do my. And I'm also like 6 years old, and
Right.
it's like, no, you're going to take it. You have no choice.
I'm not going to put a pledge pin on my uniform. How do you like that? Hey, Tim.
All right.
Tim, let me ask you this question. Do you want to rock?
I want to rock.
I thought you might, Tim. Go ahead.
Yeah. Twisted Sister did a Christmas album they did Come All Ye Faithful, and it does sound a bit like We're Not Gonna Dig It.
Really? I got to dig that up. Now that you mentioned it, I remember they did a Christmas album, but I didn't know anything about the track listing or anything like that. I just remember that they did do it. But I remember, because I went to Catholic school, and I remember they also did a song called Burn in Hell. And boy, the faculty did not like that at all. They were trying to confiscate. You already had guys wearing makeup, and one of the album covers is Stay Hungry. It was Dee Snider eating like a mutton chop or something, chowing on a big piece of meat. And here they come with Burn in Hell. I mean, you think that, and again, this is where organized religion in general misses so many opportunities to get the point across. You think that in Catholic school, they would have embraced this. They would have said, yes, listen to this. This is what they're telling you. If you don't do what we're telling you to do, you're going to burn in hell.
Yeah.
How do you like that?
What better way than to follow it up with a pseudo-Christian Christmas album?
What better way? Yeah, that's right. All right, thank you, Tim. Yeah, you're going to burn in hell. This is Burn in Hell. Yeah, just 5 words to say. You are gonna burn in hell. That's 6 words, right? You are gonna burn.
Is it you are?
You're
is
gonna
it your?
burn in
It's yours.
Well,
So
you, but that's a contraction. You are
But it counts as one.
going to
when you
burn
contract
in.
it, so 5.5.
Oh, I see.
You gone?
You gone burn in hell.
Yeah.
Yeah, satanic panic has been a thing over the past year or so, too. I think because of the pandemic, and it had people inside, and, so many people that have proven themselves to be kind of soft-headed when it comes to believing in conspiracy theories and things. But you've seen a rise in exorcisms and all this nonsense. There's a great college radio station, WSOU. They've been around for a long time. It is the college radio station of Seton Hall University, and I always loved it because, for whatever reason, this is a college radio station that was all rock and heavy metal. And there's now a Christian group in New Jersey that's trying to shut it down. Mind you, this radio station's been around for probably 40 years, 35 years. WSOU, Seton Hall University, is in South Orange, New Jersey. And all these Christian groups are trying to get it shut down. It's like the 80s all over again. Tipper Gore, Al Gore's wife, had the PMRC. And, Judas Priest would get sued, or Ozzy, because a kid killed himself, or whatever.
How do you get sued because somebody kills themselves?
That's a good question. Lil Nas X,
They say
right?
that
These were the same people that were like, a couple of months ago, it was Lil Nas X, because he was tonguing a guy dressed up like the devil. I don't know.
He was giving a lap dance. He wasn't tonguing.
Well, whatever.
He was doing all sorts of stuff.
All
He was
kind
having
of
a good time.
sinful stuff, right?
But I always think it's funny when they get worked up over that stuff, and they're like, "Our children are seeing." It's like, well, you control what your children see. That's what you always say, right? I always feel like they always go, "Oh, well, you have to be aware of what your children are doing." Like, then be aware. Block YouTube or whatever.
Yeah.
There's ways to do that stuff.
I mean,
very easy.
Yeah, who cares? I mean, so yeah, they're claiming that the radio station is satanic because they're playing all these, death metal bands and stuff, and, The best part, though, is when these people, if it gets to the point, as it did in the 80s, where they would testify. I think Dee Snider might have been one of the people that would testify in their defense of the music industry, in front of Congress or whatever. The best part is when these right-wing pearl clutchers will get in front of a committee or something and recite lyrics. Because obviously they're just pulling them off the page. They sound completely different than when they're sung. So they'd be like, this song is about calls on the listener to kneel and surrender to evil. And everybody's trying to stifle their laughs. And these people are dead serious. So WSOU has had this format since 1986. And these people are like, oh, the station is trying to, what is it? There's the gay agenda, then there's the devil agenda. So many agendas.
But isn't the devil
these people
agenda...
have.
The devil agenda is better than the atheist agenda, because then you're at least acknowledging an existence of a higher power.
I guess
if
so.
you're going with the devil agenda.
These people are saying that the radio station is in cahoots with...
In cahoots.
In cahoots with the devil. That's my favorite Stryper album, by the way. In cahoots with the devil. Oh, that's the best.
That was in a Motley Crue B-side?
Yes. In cahoots with the devil. So, yeah, they're singling out all of these songs that the radio station plays. And Seton Hall is a Catholic university. So that's the angle that they're taking, is they're like, there should be no thought of, like, the devil is such a huge part of religion, especially Catholicism. Such a huge part. If you guys didn't want to acknowledge the devil, stop trying to scare us with him when we're little kids. Oh, you're going to go to hell. D. Snyder, you're going to burn in hell. You don't do this, you're going to go to hell. You're going to go... You guys told us about him. I wasn't sitting around going, gee, I wonder if there's a guy
but they're not promoting
with a pitchfork
him.
or whatever.
They're trying to keep the devil scary, not cool. Well, that's the thing with rock music, is that the rock music makes the devil seem cool.
Makes the devil cool.
And you don't want the devil to be cool if you're trying to get people to subscribe to Jesus.
Right. That's a subscription that you don't want to let lapse. But they're trying to get Seton Hall University's radio station shut down. A call to Satanism.
Again, all these things, it sounds like better promotion for it.
Right. And they also seem to have a weird idea of who listens to college radio, because they said that their target audience is 12-year-olds. Like, I don't think so. I mean, I think 12 is...
no commercials.
Well, but 12 is the age probably where you kind of start to question some things and go, hey, it's all made up, right? Yeah, it's all made up. Okay, cool.
Or it's just, you're trying to find something to make your parents upset at that age. So you're looking for something to get under their skin, and then you find it, and then it works.
Right.
Yeah. You're like, hey, I'm 12 years old. I'm listening to college radio without commercials, so I'm not even
buying what you're trying to sell me.
Yeah, I'm not even participating in capitalism.
That's right.
And I'm learning about the devil, and he seems pretty neat.
Hello.
Hey, what's up, guys?
Hey.
Hi, Satan.
We just heard you talking about me.
Yeah. We're hearing that you are in cahoots with the college radio station, which, I mean, why not iHeartRadio? We're like the leading audio company.
iHeartRadio.
I don't hate that. Somebody write that down. I'll get somebody to write that down. No, it's not bad.
I just feel a little slighted.
Well, you know how much I love college radio.
I didn't know that you love college radio.
Absolutely.
Why college radio over, like a powerhouse FM station that plays music that has lots of satanic influence?
Because I'm not into your corporate vibe, man.
What's your favorite college radio station?
Whatever John Carroll's doing. Baldwin Wallace is pretty good, too.
That's the 88 WZIP?
Never heard of it. Listen.
Clearly they don't have Throwback Thursdays in hell.
I don't need your commercials, man. I'm down with the kids.
You got to get them young, I suppose.
That's right.
What message?
Young and malleable.
What message are you trying to send to the kids?
So they know.
Just, you're on a popular show. We have people that listen. They have kids. Their kids might be listening. What do you want those kids to know about Satan?
Not all the bands that say they're into me are actually into me.
Whoa.
Some of them are lying. A lot of them are lying.
Lil Nas X?
Well, he's way into me. I mean, right now, he's into me.
I was gonna say, Satan, you're down with the swirl. I know you like black dudes.
I don't know what that means. I don't see color. Down here, everyone's black. They've been burning.
Burn and burn and burn.
That's right.
And who isn't? Like, who's a band that you want to call out for pretending to be
fakers?
Like who?
You ever heard of Dimmu Borgir? Fake. They all live in the suburbs.
What about Ozzy?
Who?
Ozzy Osbourne.
Never heard of him. These guys, these Swedish dudes that come over, they're all living in nice houses, driving Subarus.
What's Satan's car of choice?
I drive an Aston Martin Vanquish.
It's a nice car.
Because I will vanquish God. Anyway, long live WSOU. Love that station. And whoever does the metal show over at John Carroll, they do good work. And they are totally into me.
Can you give some love to WMMS? The Buzzard?
The Eagle.
Come on.
Love WMMS.
Okay.
Stands for We Make Moms Sing. I don't know what it stands for. I gotta go, guys.
We make moms sing.
What does it stand for? Weed makes the music stronger, man, or whatever, right?
Yeah.
Isn't that what it was? Something
like that.
Yeah, I like that. Okay, listen, I've got to take a break. If you want to get a text in, 35192, AlanCoxShow.com. You can hit us up there, and you can listen anywhere you are on the iHeartRadio app.
Hail Satan! Hail Satan!
The
celebrity death, but I saw that a guy that I used to work with died. It was weird. Buddy, I went to... Well, a friend of mine from college sent me the obit from one of the Chicago papers. It was just a news story, but it turned out to be a guy that I used to work with in college. He's about 20 years older than me. He was a grown-up when I was there, but I worked in the library. That was my work-study job. You know, you help pay for school, you make a little money on the side, and I worked in the one of the libraries. And this was a guy who, he probably would have been 50 at the time, late 40s, early 50s, because he's 71 when he died. And the story was that he was waiting on the L track, and I guess he lost his balance or something and tried to... Ooh. He tried to, the first reading of it, I thought he fell onto the track, but he didn't. He slipped or something and braced himself against one of those platform advertisements, like those cardboard, like bus cards or whatever that they have on subway platforms. And I guess he, bounced off. That didn't stop him either. And so he fell on the edge of the platform just as a northbound train was coming in. And nobody saw him. I guess he clearly didn't hear the train.
Good God.
And the train hit him. Ooh. So he wasn't on the tracks. He was leaning out over the platform enough where it clipped him.
Yeah.
Yeah, and killed him.
Damn.
It's pretty wild. 71 years old. I worked with this guy many years ago.
A 71-year-old's going to die. That's like, oh, he was 71. Oh, did he have health problems? Like, no, he was hit by a train.
Yeah, hit by an L train. Northbound train about 8:30 p.m. After he fell, I guess he was just resting. If you take public transportation, don't rest near the edge of the platform.
I'm just going to lay down here for a second, just collect myself.
Listen, this guy had to
respect the yellow line.
But he also had to be hard of hearing because you know when those trains are coming,
It vibrates.
Well, it vibrates. Everybody who's going to get on that train walks to the edge of the platform. Like, everybody's getting ready for the train. So, again...
See now, old man.
It wasn't rush hour. It was 8:30 at night. So he could have been one of the only people on the platform. And if he's way at one end... because when you're riding the train, you're always trying to find that car that doesn't have that many people in it. At least I did back in the day.
Yeah.
I would try to place myself on... If you take the same train every day, you know where it lines up. You know where the front of it stops. So you can place yourself on the platform so that the door to your particular car will open right in front of you. You really nail down this procedure. And if you know which cars... most people don't want to walk all the way up to the platform. So They just walk up the steps and then stand there, and whatever car is closest to them, they'll go. If you really try to put a little bit of mojo into it, you can get a car all to yourself.
And you got to kind of know what the previous station setup is, too. But like you said, when you're doing it every single day, you get used to that. And you can see, okay, so like when I was in New York, you know that the front car on the way into the city would be, packed. But if you went to, the very back, there'd be no one there.
That's right.
And then it'd be, reverse on the way back.
Mm-hmm. So anyway, wild story.
Getting hit by a train.
Yeah.
71 years old getting hit by a train is a wild way to die. I can't really wrap my head around that.
Well, I was telling my wife last night because she was watching old Roseanne rerun or something. Do you remember the mom on the Wonder Years?
I don't.
Yes,
blonde?
I do. Yeah.
Okay.
I can't remember her name, but I
Allie
can picture
Mills
her.
was her name. And she's still alive. And I didn't watch the Wonder Years, but I knew who that actress was. And for a long time, she was married to a guy named Orson Bean. And if you Google him, you might recognize him. And he was an actor and a comedian, not stand-up, but he was in, funny things. We just saw him in, an episode of Superstore or something for the first couple of seasons, I think. So he had worked all the way through. And this guy just gets killed on the street in Los Angeles when a car doesn't see him. So a car clips him, and he spins, and a car coming the other direction hits him again.
Oh, jeez.
And that's how he dies. He was on Match Game back in the day. He was a go-to guy for talk shows and stuff, And that's how he died. Got clipped by two cars going in two opposite directions because they didn't see him.
Ugh.
This is February of last year. This just happened.
If the impact doesn't get you, the dizziness will. It'll make you throw up. I'm just saying, you smack one way, you're like, wee!
I bet he would have preferred vomiting to being killed.
You can choke on your own vomit, especially if you're spinning around at those speeds, getting all jerked around.
How quickly do you think someone spins around when they're clipped by a car? You don't spin like a top, You
don't know that.
Have you ever seen someone get hit by a car?
No.
It depends on where you get hit. I've seen people get spun by cars. I've seen people get hit by cars. If you get hit by a car, you can go flying up in the air.
I like the Meet Joe Black one. That's a good one.
Where it just plows into him. Yeah.
Well, he gets like launched in the air and then he gets hit by another car going the other way.
That's kind of what happened to Orson Bean. I mean, he didn't get, as I understand it, he didn't get flipped up in the air, but he got spun and he's near a curb. It was in Venice. One watching where he was going. But yeah, what a way to go.
Awful.
Again, wild.
And right before the pandemic kicked in. Yeah, he was old. I thought he had died a long time ago. 91, and then it was in all the papers, it was all the news.
Stories like that make me never want to drive. Because you could do everything right.
Make you never want to drive.
Yeah, because you could do, it may not be you. You could be driving responsibly, do everything right. I already drive like a grandma as it is. And someone could still just be not paying attention on their phone, whatever, and hit you.
I bet that 91-year-old man was on the phone. For sure.
I'm not
definitely like texting and walking.
I'm not necessarily talking about him.
Got his jitterbug out. He's like, you up?
Someone's just like, la, la, la.
It's 5 p.m. I know you might be in bed by now, but I want to see if you up.
Can I pull up?
What are you doing? It's 6:30. Why are you up so late? Can I come by for a nightcap? I'm in Venice. 6 o'clock. I have to get up at 3:30 to have breakfast.
I do feel bad for like the train conductors too, because that's one of those things where there's nothing you can do. But I feel like if you are a train conductor for like a subway or something, you're going to end up hitting somebody at some point.
Yeah.
Because people just aren't careful. Or they commit suicide by train, which I think is like one of the biggest,
most selfish things.
Yeah, selfish ways to do it.
And by the way, that is no way. If you call yourself a train conductor, that is no way to conduct your train. To be hitting old people on the platform.
Well, you can't swerve.
You slam on the brakes.
It doesn't stop that fast.
That's what. It can stop pretty fast. A lot of these are electrified rails. Stops pretty fast.
Right, and then you just kill everybody inside because they all go whipped to the front.
Well, you know what I'm saying. I mean, I'm just saying physically it can be done. But, you're probably also not looking to see if a guy's leaning over the platform. I don't know what the specifics of that were. I was just sent the story. I was like, that because my friend who sent me that goes, do you remember this guy? I go, yes, I do remember that guy. That's awful.
Do you think train conductors have to look out for cars that are parked halfway on the railroad track? Do you think they get notification?
Oh, you mean rail train conductors?
Uh-huh. I feel like there's they have a conductors convention. They're like, all right, so this month we've had a crazy rate of cars being parked on the side of the tracks. Be on the lookout. Because I feel like all train conductors have that type of story.
Of hitting a car that's on the tracks?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, hopefully the people have gotten out. I think it's rare that people are sitting in the car.
People are sometimes impatient and they don't want to wait, so they're like, I can make it. I'm just gonna go around the barricade, and then they end up getting hit or they park.
How
there.
do cars get hit on train tracks?
Because they get trapped, I think.
Yeah,
trapped.
Yeah, because there's a light, and then people will be stuck because they're not paying attention, so they just stop on the tracks, and then they're just trapped because there's cars in front of them and cars behind them. Just like a traffic thing.
Or,
wouldn't you gun it to get off the track? I mean, most people...
But if you've got cars in front of you, there's nothing you can do.
There's cars on the other side.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know.
Wait. Okay. Because the pictures I see are of a car on a train track that gets hit. I don't understand that.
I don't understand that, but
in your example, you're in a line of cars and yours happens to be on the track?
Yes.
Well, there are some times...
But when people wait, when the people who are paying attention wait... They wait way back from that gate.
Right, that would be the smart way to do it.
Yeah.
But there's
then how does the car get stuck?
Because there's people that don't pay attention, and then they end up stuck there.
And you're honking and people aren't gonna. I mean, it happens, so clearly people aren't paying attention. But
I just know there are some tracks if you're out in the country, people aren't. I guess it's not that much of a problem because people know where the train tracks are, and it's not a very it's not a populated road, so they have barricades that sometimes come down in the city because they think people, it might be a large traffic jam or whatever. But in the country, they're just
flashing lights, yeah.
And if they're not paying attention, you don't realize how close you are, and you might get snipped. Because like sometimes when I'm just trying to see traffic, coming through, see at a good point to pull out, I'm sometimes like in the lane. So I could see how someone could be like, oh, I'm not that close. And they don't realize the train is honking at them. They're like, oh, he's just saying hello.
He's saying hello. Yeah.
Oh my God!
He just let me know he's there.
Listen to that horn! Oh my God! Oh, she's beautiful!
That guy was recording that in his car on the track. Hey, that guy's saying hello!
Yeah, they don't realize how far their hood is out on the track. And
how do you not know that?
I don't know, but people get snipped.
You're giving people so much credit.
No, I'm giving people credit that they've been driving more than 48 hours.
But not necessarily parked on tracks, though. Especially, they're used to having the barricade. There are some tracks that do not have the little gate that comes down. So when that comes down, they're like, oh, I can move forward. Like, the train must not be that big. Clearly, it doesn't have, I see where it's marked on the road.
But wouldn't you look down the track and see where the train was?
No, because a lot of people think that they can make it. A lot of people are just like, as soon as the light comes on and there's no barricade that comes down, they dip.
So you're saying that when people are waiting for the train and the gate goes up, I mean, listen, if a train has just passed, pretty safe bet there's not another one right behind it. But you wouldn't look down the track?
Again, you're giving people a lot of credit.
I look down the track. I look down the track before I go over any railroad tracks, even if the gate's up.
Smart.
Like I just go, want to make sure.
But there's a lot of people, especially if it's something that you do every single day. If you're always crossing,
I do
those tracks. Yeah, me too.
Hey, that guy's saying hi to me.
But
Hey,
some people don't pay attention, or they have other things going on.
Wow.
They're texting. They're
impatient.
Their songs on. They're impatient.
Huh.
A lot of impatient people get clipped by trains because they try and beat the train. That happens a lot.
They try to do that, and then the gate comes down beforehand. And I don't know if it has a sensor. Like if there's a car there, it'll go back up like a garage door. I don't know if that happens. I've never been in that scenario. But also, I'm from the country, so I know. Like I'm used to seeing a lot of trains. Some people have never had to wait in traffic for a train, which I find bananas. They're like, there's a train in Cleveland.
Yeah,
well, like in Lakewood, I was driving.
Yeah, but that train track goes directly through. I mean, everybody that lives in Northeast Ohio is going to go over a train track because it cuts east and west through the entire city.
But they've never had to wait for it, is what I'm saying. They're like, it cuts right through the city, like the one on 117th. You'll be surprised if people are like, there's a train coming through here. I'm like, it's like every 20 minutes. I live right behind a train track. And you're like, so we have to wait? I'm like, yes, you have to wait. There ain't no bridge. They're like, this is stupid.
Wow.
Like, wow, you're really impatient.
I mean, I don't know how often people get hit by trains, but I mean, I imagine it happens a few times a year. And I think it's just people being careless.
Or they think they want to do parkour and jump on the side of the train. They're like, well, I can land on it, and then I'll just go and be a nomad. I live with the little thing.
Be a hobo?
The stick and...
Come on.
The bindle.
Yeah, the bindle. They'll have that, and then...
He's going to ride the rail.
Start a new life.
Little pound cake.
Could you imagine me in that outfit?
No, I absolutely cannot.
With a bindle?
Imagine that.
No. I would not survive.
Did you ever try and run away from home?
Yeah. I'll pack up like 10 toys. Be like, I hate my mom.
And that's when he was 15.
I got like my Lion King blanket tied to the end of a plunger. Like,
that was 16.
Yes,
a plunger, not even a broom.
Yeah, I didn't even know. Like I got tied to the end of a plunger.
Was it a brand new plunger?
Probably not.
Oh God.
Probably not.
Why does my bindle smell?
I just walking down the street.
Pink eye from your blanket because it's tied to a plunger.
Oh God.
Yeah, no, and over something stupid. Like I didn't eat the last applesauce. Why are you blaming me for it? This is so unfair. Everything I get blamed for everything.
And you would go pack your stuff up and leave?
Yep.
My parents said, if you want to run away from home, you keep on running because there's nothing here for you. If you decide. But I just wasn't that kid. I wasn't like a run away from home kid.
My daughter would do that sometimes. She'd be like, I'm out of here. And she'd like take kind of what like Poundcake was talking about. I don't think she'd use a plunger, but she'd take a bunch of stuff.
Get my
and then
Game
she'd
Boy.
go sit out in the woods for a few hours and just be like, I live here now. She's like, all right.
And the end game, I know it's a kid, but the end game was what? Like, I'm never coming home, and everybody goes, all right.
Just not having to play by your rules anymore. I get to
see.
live on my own and do my own thing.
And I would always tell my mom that I'm leaving. So I had to get permission to run away. I'm like, I'm going to go away. And she's like, go ahead. I'm like, fine, I'm leaving. And then I leave, and I'd be like, man, it's cold. I'm hungry. And like, what am I going to do? So I go looking in the creek for I was like, I can catch some fish. So I would
looking in the creek.
I would look.
I love country pound cake.
Yeah, I would try and go. I would take the plunger and then fill it with water on the inside, and then see if there was any fish in there. I was like, I can take fish out of here, and then I would make that.
How did you not release a deadly pathogen in your own house? You go back with a plunger full of crick water.
One time I found a turtle and I kept it in a bucket in my room, and it stunk up the whole house.
Turtles do stink a lot.
I did not tell my mom that I had a turtle and that I found it. So they just thought there was just some funk coming from my room. And they're like, what? I get home from school and everyone's standing around. They're like, did you kill someone? Why is there a stink? I was like, oh, that's Barry. And they're like,
that's Barry, my turtle.
And they're like, get rid of it. Get rid of it. Like, it stunk. It stunk so bad.
Wow. Why Barry?
I don't know. I was a kid. I don't even know if his name was Barry. I gave it a name.
I like when he goes, I don't know if his name was Barry.
It was a long time ago.
The name you gave him. I thought you meant I don't know if that was his real name, but that's what I called him. You mean you can't remember if you called him Barry?
I did not call. I don't think I called him Barry. You, but he had a name, and I said it like it was no big deal. I didn't. He was all neglected because I didn't feed him. I just found him.
He had a name before you found him. You didn't know what that was. He's like, it's Frank.
I found him.
I'm gonna call you Barry.
In the weeds, in a creek. So I found a lot of my creatures in a creek.
Yeah, a lot of creatures in the creek. Alan, I drive for a living. You are grossly overestimating driving public.
That's what I'm saying.
Well, again, I get it. By the way, just bad drivers have been let off the hook because of cell phones. Because now when somebody they'll be like, get off your phone. I'm like, they might not be on their phone.
Yeah, they might
just be an awful, awful driver. It's really giving people a lot of latitude because you assume when somebody's in traffic and doing something weird that they're on their phone, which might be a good bet. But a lot of times you're like, no, it hasn't lessened the number of bad drivers. There's still a lot of just awful drivers.
That is true.
Irrespective of cell phones.
That is one of those things where you pull up to somebody, you're like, they better be texting or something, and they're just up there 10 and 2. I'm like, this is how you drive when you're paying attention?
Yeah, that's
What
right.
is wrong with you?
Yeah.
There are people
I fully expect to see you looking
Yes.
at a website on your cell phone.
Yes.
There are people that I know that say they specialize in drunk driving. They're like, I am the best drunk driver ever. I'm like, and
those people end up killing someone.
That's what I'm saying. You're proud of that? They're like, well, I've never been to an accident. Like, I hate when I get done after I'm hung up on the side of a car. Like, what the hell just happened? They're like, but did you die? I'm like, all right, no, I did not die, but I could have.
Well,
like, but you didn't.
By the way, you might want to aim a little higher for yourself if that's your big bragging right. Say, I'm an excellent drunk driver.
Because it's those people, the block is hot. Like, I want to go out and party, and I'm like, all right, let's get an Uber. They're like, I'm not paying, $50 for an Uber. I'll just drive us. I'm like, I'm not riding with you. You drive like you sell weed, like you drive drunk, like
you
I'm not
drive like you sell weed.
No, I'm just saying the block is hot. Every category that he could get picked up for.
Yeah, he's driving drunk. He's got drugs in the car.
Yeah.
He's got
I'm not risking
all sorts of different. Probably got a tail light out.
That's the block that's hot. No, he's talking about.
The worst part is he has the nicest car out of all of us. He drives like a Mercedes.
He's selling weed.
And I'm like, I'm not riding in the car with you. He's like, oh, bro, I've driven drunk plenty of times. Like, I'm fine. I'm like, no. I'll
well,
pay
you're
$50
good at
for
it
an
until
Uber.
you're not anymore. And you either go to jail or you kill somebody. Or yourself, I guess.
But did I mess up my car, though? Did I mess up my car? Is the Benz good?
The Benz. What class?
I don't know. I couldn't afford it.
Yeah, well, that's what you really got to figure out. Okay, I've got a break. Another chance for you to grab some money, by the way. 4:30, about 20 minutes from now. Go fund yourself. I'll have another keyword and $1,000 to go with it. If you want to text in this break, 35192 to do that, and we'll be back.
The Alan Cox Show on one.
To My Downfall, the tour hits the Romo Fijo on Saturday night, December the 18th, right before Christmas. Tickets are on sale now. If you go to livenation.com, you get the details on them. But I will have a pair for you every day this week. All right, first pair goes to you. 2 tickets for MGK in December. Good luck. Caller 10, 216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
35192 to send me a text. If you listen to the show on iHeartRadio from outside Northeast Ohio, tell me where. Make sure you're on our map. If you watch the show, you see it behind Bill there. Joe is a brand new listener in Atlanta. He and his wife relocated there for a new job post-COVID, so he listens down there now in the great state of Georgia. Michelle listens in Atlantic, PA. Pat is a bureau chief in Fort Mill, South Carolina. Kyle has relocated to Grinnell, Iowa. And Jason listens in Charlotte. He was our second bureau chief ever.
What an honor.
You rattle. You want to hear the first 5 bureau chiefs?
I would love to.
Christine in Vegas, Jason in Charlotte, Mary in Wake Forest, North Carolina, Steve in somewhere North Carolina, and Joe in Dallas, Texas. Those are our first 5 bureau chiefs when I started keeping track of them, and now I have pages and pages and pages of 8-point font of names.
That is so many.
It's a lot of people. So thank you, one and all. Anybody near or far who asks me, how do I get a sticker or whatever, shoot me your address in an email, and I'm happy to send them to you. I just sent another big batch this morning.
Are they still punched by Nora?
They are not all punched. No, for when she was younger. That was probably a year and a half ago. She was still punching all of the... But that was because I was doing them at home, trying to catch up. I had a huge backlog at that time, and so I had taken my work home with me. I try not to do that now as she gets older and more aware of things.
Yes.
Try to keep the work at work and the home at home. It's hard to do, but there it is. Okay, I was sorry. I was looking at a text that was a bunch of gibberish. Damn near every morning there's a train dead stopped on the tracks in Bedford. Okay, yeah, well, that will happen. We're going to play, he's getting a winner right now, so he's probably not hearing me, but we're going to play Is This Skinnerd with Poundcake in a minute.
Oh, yes.
Because I saw that Leonard Skinnerd is doing a show at the Football Hall of Fame in August.
Pro Football Hall of Fame.
I'm sorry?
Not just the Football Hall of Fame, but the Pro Football Hall of Fame.
Is there an Amateur Football Hall of Fame?
There's College Football Hall of Fame.
I didn't say college.
But I'm just saying so there might just be like a Football Hall of Fame that's, trying to
You're right.
steal everybody's thunder.
No, I see. The Pee Wee Football Hall of Fame welcomes Leonard Skinnerd for a show this August.
I'll tell you what, I was at the draft on Saturday, and I think Scott Hansen's the guy's name. He does Red Zone on NFL Network and hosts some other shows, and he was doing trivia, and they had a bunch of fans up there, and they're naming people from the Browns Ring of Honor. Mm-hmm. And they had some old hats. They had a Steelers fan to get some booze. They got like another just random fan. But it came down to 2 fans, and they were both like young, like real young fans, but they've been going to games their whole lives. So this like girl that's probably like
teenagers
18,
or 20s or what?
The girl was probably in her like early 20s, and the kid that won he was 17. His name's Riggs, and he was just rattling off these Ring of Honor players.
Wow,
putting lifelong Browns fans to shame because they were out after one. They're naming people that weren't on there. They couldn't think of names, and he was just pretty impressive. So good for that kid, Riggs.
Huh.
I can't remember his last name, but he was...
Riggs was the first name.
Riggs was the first name.
Any chance his name was Riggs Murtaugh?
There's always a chance, but I don't think it was that. But I was very impressed with his knowledge. And the girl, she was probably I think she was probably around 20 or so, and she knew a bunch of them too.
Girls in football? What?
It's more about the age for me
right.
because like those are people that grew up in some tough years of being a Browns fan. And like when I was walking around asking people to name quarterbacks, I ran into these kids and they were like in their early 20s and I was like, who's the first one you remember? And they're like, Brady Quinn. I'm like, man, that makes me feel old.
Wow. I was reading a story about a guy named Brian Loberg who just died at 57 years old, which is still pretty young. I don't know how he died.
Hit by a train?
Not hit by a train. At least it doesn't say that. We have bureau chiefs in Toronto. It's one of my favorite cities in North America. And Brian Loberg is a Canadian who started the Toronto Browns backers.
Oh.
And so he was well known among some Cleveland Browns fans. Some of whom were expats from Ohio, and some were just Canadians who got into the Browns. And Brian Loberg was the president of the Toronto Browns Backers, a TBB, that boasts about 800 members. And about 6 or 7 years ago, he took over this club that wasn't really doing anything, and he started showing Browns games. The whole thing, if you see a photo of it, is covered in Browns stuff. People would go there and feel like they were in Cleveland. And I guess he said they were like, how did you get into it? Blah, blah, blah. They called it the Dog Pound North in Toronto. And his dad used to get Browns games skipping across the lake. Kind of grainy. He said when he was a kid, he was a Dallas Cowboys fan, this Brian guy. And then his dad took him to Cleveland for a Browns game. His dad was a Browns fan.
And that's all it took.
That's all it took. And so he founded this huge Browns backers bar and club in Toronto. And he passed away at 57 years old. And people who would come from out of town, from Cleveland, to find, because that's what people like to do. They like to travel. And if it's during the season, they go, oh, where's a backers bar I can go to?
Done it plenty of times.
Right. I'm still not sure where they are. People have asked me where, hey, we're going to Chicago. Where's a Browns backers bar? The Browns weren't on my radar when I was living there, so it's like I haven't really kept up with that. But people have told me where they are.
I think there's one in Wrigleyville. I think there's a few in Chicago.
I'm sure there are. There's a wide fan base. You'll always find a lot of Browns bars. You'll always find a lot of Steeler bars. So either for Browns fans in Toronto or people here who knew of him, he grew up 300 miles away from Cleveland in Canada and became a huge Browns fan and founded the Toronto Browns backers. And he is dead. Indians are going to play tonight here on WMMS. They are not dead. They're in town, or they're in Kansas City to play the Royals, who are first in the division right now. They're at 16-10. Tribe's at about 500, but they're doing fine. Royals, White Sox, Indians, Twins, Tigers. Tigers are 8-21. Got nothing to worry about. Yeah, nothing to worry about with them. Yep. Ouch. So Indians, Royals tonight, 8:10, because they are on Central Time there. So you'll hear that here on WMMS. I mentioned before you were talking to a winner, Poundcake, but I did tease to Bill a little bit that we were going to play Is This Skinnerd with you.
Oh, God. Okay.
Because Leonard Skinnerd is coming to do a show at the Professional Football Hall of Fame.
There you go.
The Concert for Legends at the Pro Football Hall of Fame. Tickets will go on sale 10 a.m. this Friday. It's going to be Brad Paisley, Leonard Skinnerd. They're co-headlining. The show is going to be Monday, August the 9th at the stadium there.
I have a question.
In the Hall of Fame. Yes.
Why does Brad Paisley like Cleveland so much? Like, he's a big Browns fan, and he's like around here a lot. Any connection, or is he just a Cleveland fan?
I did not know that he was a Browns fan.
Yeah, they made a big deal of it when he was...
Because he was at a practice one time, right?
When
they were filming Hard Knocks, he was there, and he's been on record as being a Browns fan.
I just didn't know what the connection was. I didn't know if he had family here.
I don't think he's from here, but I think he just was a Browns fan from when he was a kid.
He's from West Virginia.
Yeah,
but that's the thing, though. Like, I know people who are like Dallas Cowboys fans because they're fans of like the franchise. But we don't necessarily win games. We don't have like the greatest track record.
But he's also not a guy that's 25 years old. He's been a Browns fan
when
since
the Browns fans
80s.
were good.
Yeah, when they were good.
Okay, wow, old faithful because he's still.
But sometimes
around?
it's like that guy that went to a Browns game. If you go to a Browns game, even if you
feel the atmosphere,
you see the passion of the fan base. It is very infectious. Just being down at the draft this weekend and seeing how people were turning up and just getting along and having a great time and just so excited about this coming season, you could see how it would make someone want to cheer for the Browns.
Did anybody get shot?
Not that I know of.
Okay. Just curious.
All right.
Usually gatherings equals at least one person getting shot, but I'm glad. No one
Gatherings equal one person getting shot.
That's why I don't go to gatherings. I'm like, all right.
That's what people were telling me earlier when you were talking about it. They were like, Poundcake didn't miss out on anything at Scores. People get stabbed there.
But people
don't get stabbed everywhere.
I was gonna say that doesn't matter now. Like I used to walk home, and I'm not advocating for this, so I'm just saying I used to do my radio show from 7 to 11 p.m. at Colby Hall, which is on campus, and I lived like about a block or two off campus on Allen Street. And I would walk with my headphones in, not giving a crap, music blaring, in the middle of the night. And I don't know how I didn't get robbed or getting stabbed. I was like ripe for the picking. I don't understand how. So I'm not oblivious to what goes on at these bars. I wanted to party. I wanted to feel young again. Feel like fearless. I'm like, ooh, what's going down? Someone fighting? Someone getting stabbed? All right, let's go. Play the music, DJ.
Right. Condoleezza Rice is also a big Browns fan.
That's right.
For people who care about Condi Rice. Her dad was a football coach, and she became a Browns fan through him. Because I'm sure if you were a football coach, you'd go, hey, look what that team's doing wrong. Hey, look what they're doing right.
Ex-girlfriend of Jack Donaghy.
That's right. So anyway, Leonard Skinner and Brad Paisley are doing the Concert for Legends at the Pro Football Hall of Fame in August 9th. Tickets range from $75 to $285. Ooh-wee. So depending on how much you like Brad Paisley and or Leonard Skinner, and you never quite know who's in Skinner. You know, the incarnation of Leonard Skinner. I think Gary Rossington might be the only original Skinner member that's in there. They've been in the Hall of Fame for about 15 years. The Rock and Roll Hall of Fame, not the Football Hall of Fame. So if you like Skinner. So once in a while, we like to play a game with Poundcake called Is This Skinner? And I don't have a fun intro for it, but we call it that's what I call it, Is This Skinner? Because I'll play a song, and then he'll go yes or no.
Okay.
I've played Iron Maiden before, and I said, do you know who this is? And he said, Leonard Skinner. So it just came from there. Some of these songs, it takes a minute to kick in.
I was going to say, how long do I have to wait?
I'll ask. You can give it a listen, and then you tell me. Because in the past, I've said, do you know who this band is? And he'll say Leonard Skinner. This way, is this band Leonard Skinner or not? But it doesn't really matter if you hear the guy sing. I mean, is that going to clue you in?
I feel like
I guess you need a little bit, right?
Yeah,
okay. Lean you in the right direction. Here we go.
No, this is not Skinner. Oh, it is.
Sorry,
Skinner.
this is a song called Tuesday's Gone. Should have played it tomorrow, but what do you want
Wait
from
until
me?
you play some Motley Crue, because I was like, I watched the movie over this weekend.
Oh, you did? You watched The Dirt?
I watched The Dirt.
I never got around to that.
At my boyfriend's house, and I was
MGK is Tommy Lee in that?
Yeah. It's a fun movie.
I should watch it. The book was unbelievable.
Pete Davidson's in it, too. I think they just kind of threw him
one of the guys in the Motley Crue?
No, he's
he plays the manager.
The A&R guy.
Yeah, that's what it is, yeah.
They're A&R, yeah.
Tom Zazula or whoever that is? Mm-hmm.
This is not Skinner.
Who is it? And why don't you think it's Lynyrd Skynyrd?
It just sounds different from the first thing you played.
Okay, this is ZZ Top.
Yeah, it sounds more. It has more of a country feel.
Okay. Well, Lynyrd Skynyrd is one of the premier country rock bands.
Yeah, they're very country.
All right. Well, I got it right.
I know, it's baby steps. He's learning. That's right.
So I have.
He's using the same argument as his friend who drunk drives in his Mercedes. You're still alive, aren't you?
I'm not endangering anyone's life.
You don't know that. People are listening.
They're crashing right now.
There's people slamming their head against the steering wheel right now.
Okay, this is Skynyrd.
Oh, sorry. This is Creedence Clearwater Revival.
Yay me!
The great
is that what they're saying? Yay me!
Yay me!
Yes, that's precisely
Yay me!
Yay me!
Yay me!
Uh-huh.
So pretentious.
That's right. That's what they're saying.
Oh yeah, it's Creedence Clearwater Revival. Very pretentious band.
born on the bayou with a silver spoon in his mouth.
Cheetah with a hat full of napalm.
This is Skynyrd.
I'm a runaway son of the nuclear.
This is Iggy Pop and the Stooges. You know who Iggy Pop is?
I've heard of them. I don't know their music.
We're playing Is This Skynyrd with Poundcake, which we'll play from time to time, a few times a year. I wonder how much he remembers of any of it, though. Like, if he heard any of these songs again, he'd go, that's not Lynyrd Skynyrd.
He doesn't retain it at all.
He doesn't? Okay.
I don't think so.
Well, music, it gets to a different part of your brain.
Okay, this is Skynyrd.
That is Lynyrd Skynyrd. Now, did you, because he sounds like the other guy that was
Yeah.
Skynyrd? Okay.
Yeah. Now, did Lynyrd Skynyrd switch lead singers throughout their career or no?
I think so. Yeah, a bunch of them died in a plane crash. But then since then, yes, I think they've moved a couple of guys behind the mic.
Was their pilot drunk? Did they get hit by a train?
They have power lines, I
They
think.
hit by a flying Mercedes.
Have you ever heard this song? It's a very famous song. Responsible for a lot of Mondegreens misheard lyrics. Is this Skynyrd?
Yes, this is Skynyrd.
This is not Lynyrd Skynyrd.
Who is this?
This is Manfred Mann's Earth Band.
I've never heard of that
This
name
is actually
before in my life.
But it's a cover song.
Cover song, yeah. I wouldn't expect you to know the band at all, but I thought maybe you'd heard the song. Blinded by the Light. Blinded by... It's a Springsteen song.
I only know
the
the Weeknd song, Blinded by the Light.
You only...
I'm blinded by the light.
That is what it sounds like.
Precisely.
Nailed it.
You nailed that.
I can't sleep.
I forgot to do the friggin' $1,000.
I was wondering about
Jesus
that. I was
Christ.
like,
Hey, do it right now. This is Skynyrd. Okay,
This is Neil Young. Here's $1,000, then I'll take a break. Sorry. Chance for you to go fund yourself. I got so wrapped up.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword WORK at WMMS.com. That's WORK. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio. The Alan Cox Show.
Alan Cox.
Finally answered.
All right, I don't like much about you.
The Alan Cox Show.
On 100.7 WMMS.
So excited. These guys, Gojira, they have a brand new album. I don't think they've put one out in 5 years. The new album's called Fortitude. And I was so excited because they were going on the road with Deftones. And it was supposed to happen last year. We saw Gojira at Sonic Temple in 2019. That was the show where their guitarist took a full load of pyro in the face.
That was scary.
Christian Andrew is a guitarist for Gojira, who are a French metal band, and they have been around for a long time, but only in the past maybe 7 or 8 years are people really starting to get down with these guys. I think it's long overdue. These guys are all in like their early 40s now or whatever.
Yeah, I think the festival scene has been good to them.
It has, that's right. And so they were played Sonic Temple 2019, which was Rock on the Range. Before they rebranded, it was like Lamb of God. It was, and so they always take care of us at that show. And so Gwen and I are watching Lamb of God and Gojira from the catwalk, from above the stage. And Randy Blythe, who's the frontman for Lamb of God, is out there. They pulled him out to sing a song with them or scream a song with him. And then he's taking photos because he's always got his camera and whatever. And I'm going, God, that pyro. And I just felt like a nervous Nancy watching this thing, right? But the wind was really kicking up that day. And so right when their guitar player... Stage left. Right when the guitar player gets in, he gets a full face of the things, the cannons shooting fire or whatever.
But he still finished the set, didn't he?
Finished. Walked off. I could tell because he turned around and was walking underneath where we were, side stage. Face all red, burned his eyebrows off or whatever. Goes back out there. I'm sure he was none too pleased. Anyway, Gojira announces a year ago they're going to do a tour with Deftones. And the... only show that I can manage to get to is the Toronto show, which they then kick to this year. And so it's set for August. And so it's middle of the week. I'd be taking the day off to get there. And Gojira, Deftones. Haven't seen Deftones in a long time. Very excited for this show. And then they announced that Gojira is going to do some headlining dates in the fall of this year, the last of which they will close out their headlining tour at the Agora in Cleveland, Ohio.
Hell yeah.
So I'm very excited about that, but now I got to figure out what the hell to do with my Toronto tickets.
Can you even get
Because I ain't going to both. Huh?
Can you go to Toronto right now?
If you can show that you're vaccinated,
Okay.
I think you can, yeah. I think they're dealing with that whole thing.
I mean,
and it's August. I imagine. Well, I'm not going to do that.
Go to both. Be a booster. They need it.
I'm not going to do that. The one in Canada is outside. So they're doing about a dozen or so dates this fall. And this is I don't often say this, but the kids say it, and I want to be down with the kids. This is going to be a sick show, Bill. It's going to be sick. So it's Gojira as your headline.
You have to be vaccinated.
I am.
Oh. So why would it be sick?
Talk to me after the show, eh?
About?
Gojira is your headliner.
What kids are saying sick, by the way?
Are the kids still saying sick?
I don't think kids are saying sick.
Oh, no?
No, I think...
Because I'm not saying dope.
Sick is definitely
dope sucked in the 80s. Really?
No,
Nobody's saying sick?
I don't think people are saying sick. Maybe a few. Not a lot.
I mean, as far as... and again, he's not a kid, but as far as this show goes, Poundcake's my kid.
Yeah.
Are the kids saying sick? This guy can't even get to a college bar.
No.
What am I asking him for? The kids aren't saying sick?
What would the kids say?
What are they saying?
Poundcake?
Dope.
No. They've been saying dope since I was in high school, and dope always sucked.
Dope is better than sick.
Dope was never cool. Hella was never cool. These things come back around. Sick, we didn't say. So sick to me is newish. Dope, and that's been around for 100 years.
Hella dope.
Dope always stunk.
Well, then you're asking someone who did get kicked out of a college bar. So yeah,
you didn't even get in to a college
How
bar.
You know he from outside
if you
the
had
club?
gotten kicked out, that would have been a different story. You didn't get kicked. That would have been a better story.
He looked at our
You
ID.
couldn't even get into a college bar.
He did a double take, and I had my cute outfit on too, so I looked my best.
Get these phone calls. So Gojira, your headliner, with Knocked Loose, awesome band, and another band called Alien Weaponry, who are another awesome band. I don't know if people are down with these other two.
I haven't heard of them.
But all three of these bands on the Gojira tour in the fall, their last date on that headlining run is here in Cleveland, October 29th at the Agora, and they will go on sale Friday. This Friday. So now I've got to figure out, I mean, I guess it's a good problem to have, but I've got to figure out what to do with those Toronto tickets.
Can you get refunds on those?
I imagine I would have to sell them to someone. Yeah, I don't think I can get refunds on them. And obviously I don't want to eat them.
No.
So the headlining dates are September 3rd in Chattanooga through October 29th at the Agora. So I was very excited to get that information last week. Wasn't allowed to say anything until now, but there it is. So, yeah, that's the Gojira Fall 2021 headlining tour. I discovered Gojira at my station in Chicago. Our music director at the time used to take all of the CDs of all of the bands he was never going to play, and he used to put them in a cardboard box, and he put them on the table in the break room. And then you could sift through them. You know, like back here, they're getting rid of all the stuff in the promo cages?
Yeah.
Because we're moving downtown. Stacks and stacks of music and things. You know, obviously, the CDs aren't even really much of a thing anymore, I guess.
Yeah, there's plenty of people that still collect CDs.
Collect or use because they don't stream?
Use and collect. Like, my girlfriend collects CDs.
Does she?
She likes having CDs.
Okay.
She's got records. She's got CDs.
Then there you go.
She likes all of it. She's got, you know, she loves music. I think there's people that love music and they like it
Physical,
any way they can get it.
They like hard copies of...
Yeah.
Yeah. Listen, I'm one of those people too, but 90% of my music I get on streaming. So
Right. And I think the majority of people are that way, but you still like to have the case, you like having the artwork and everything that goes into that. Especially if you're, you know, it's fun to go look for CDs. Going shopping for CDs or records or anything like that. That's a fun thing to do.
Yeah. I agree.
Just pulling up a playlist, you know, it's easy and it's nice. I like the convenience of it, but that's why I like records. I like going and finding something that I didn't think I was going to enjoy and just being like, hey, it's $1. I'll grab it.
Yeah.
Why not?
So there was this cardboard box of CDs on the table in the break room at my old station, and I'm going through them. And one of them was called From Mars to Sirius. It was Gojira's third album, 2005. They had just put it out. And I go, this looks cool. And I put the CD in, because you couldn't really tell from the cover, had a whale on it. But I'm like, something about this looks...
Something spoke to you.
Something spoke to me, put it in, loved it immediately. And so I've been a big fan ever since. But only the past few years, and like you said, doing a lot of those festivals have really put them on a lot of people's radars.
Trying to think of a band like that where I just liked...
Where you stumble into them?
The album cover, and I was like, well, let's give this a shot, and then it was good.
Yeah, what's an album cover that drew you in? I'm trying to think of one, too. I mean, being a metal fan in the 80s was real easy because there was nothing subtle about the album covers. You knew the bands you liked, and you could go album shopping, and just the covers alone, you're like, oh, this has got to be good. Look at this.
That's one thing.
There's like a corpse eating another corpse.
That's one thing I found out about, like, Motley Crue. It's just like all the bands back then, they all look like bitches. Like, they all look like females.
That was the thing.
I know, but like, how can people now be like, oh, you look like a sissy? You're like, you loved when dudes looked like that. You would buy their albums and go to their concerts.
Well, I wasn't into that. I wasn't like a glam guy. I wasn't into Poison. I wasn't really into hair bands like that.
What counts as a hair band? Because heavy metal bands didn't have hair bands either?
Well,
there's a glam thing about it.
There was a glam thing in the 80s.
The androgyny was the part that made it more like glam. Like wearing, like there's rockers, like metal bands, like they would have long hair and they'd wear tight jeans and stuff like that. But then there's other people that lean into it a little more and make it more effeminate.
Yeah, there were like the first time I saw that Poison album cover, I was like, who are these chicks? Ooh. Right. And then a friend goes, those are guys. I go, oh, okay. I mean, Motley Crue wore makeup for a little while, but they weren't like a glam band per se, because they were singing about the devil. That's what was funny to me in retrospect, is you had all of these bands who, you're right, looked like chicks and were hairspray and makeup, and the parents were complaining that they were satanic. And I'm like, there's nothing satanic about Maybelline and running around, and, you know, they were focused on the wrong things. I was into, like you said, I was into bands that were, you know, they were metal bands, I guess on the pop side, but they weren't glam bands. like Dokken and Rat, and I dug those bands. I wasn't into Poison. You know, like the Corey Roddick stuff. Corey Roddick unabashedly and unapologetically loves that like glammy, sleazy, greasy, and a lot of people did. Because he's just singing about banging chicks and drinking and having fun at you, whatever. But the bands that I was into, like Iron Maiden and King Diamond and Judas Priest, you know, they weren't wearing makeup. Rob Halford was wearing a lot of chaps and a lot of leather, and not everybody read in between the lines there.
I got my album, and this one's not from when I was a kid, but like when I started collecting records, I bought...
this is one that were you familiar with the artist?
I didn't know anything about the artist, but I just bought it because it was Herb Alpert, Whipped Cream and Other Delights. Because it's such a sexy cover.
Right.
And so I was just like, I'm getting that. And then I put it on.
Well, how old were you?
I mean, that's what... I probably didn't know... I had seen that album cover a bunch of times, but I didn't know anything about Herb Alpert. And then I probably bought that like when I was 30, 31. Like when I was on this show, I bought that album.
Really? And you'd never heard of Herb Alpert?
I knew this music once I had played it.
Yeah.
But I didn't know that's who it was.
I see.
But that's not what I was expecting when I put it on.
That girl was just unbelievable on the cover.
Oh my God, it's so hot. I was not expecting it to be like this.
Now, what I think they should do is they should reshoot that album cover with whatever that woman looks like now.
I'm all for it.
Because she's probably 80.
She might be dead.
Oh, yeah?
She might be.
Oh.
That's an old album.
1965, I think. Yeah, I don't know if that woman is still... Dolores Erickson was the woman. She is 84 years old and lives in Seattle, Washington. So they should redo that album cover with her now, just covered in whipped cream. Can you imagine, though, if you were the model on an iconic album cover? It's one thing to be on the cover of a magazine or something. You know, Billie Eilish is getting a lot of chatter because she's on the cover of British Vogue. And she's really coming into her own as a young woman. She's, I think, super foxy.
Mm-hmm.
She's got that look where she's always ready to fall asleep. I like that look. But for a long time, when she was younger and she didn't want people sexualizing her against her will, she was running around in garbage bags and stuff. But you could still tell there's something going on under there. And so now she's on British Vogue. And she's wearing like corsets and they got her hair done up. She kind of looks like Madonna back in the day. And of course, you get all these people like, I thought you didn't want to be sexualized. It's like, well, she didn't want other people doing it. She didn't want like record industry pervs doing it, right?
Yeah, she wanted it on her terms.
Yeah, now she's 19, she's doing it herself, and she looks great. She did have a weird part, though. I read some of the interview with her. Weird thing, and all of the other parts of the conversation about kind of her evolution in thinking and how she's putting out a new album in July and all this stuff, and things that she will and won't talk about, and you know how the music industry, like any other industry, treats young girls just terribly and blah, blah, blah. Whoever's doing the interview asked her if she had a horse. It was Kentucky Derby weekend. And she said, that's a part of my life I'm not interested in anybody having any info on. I was like, whether she's trolling or not, I don't know. But that's a great answer to the question after all of these other things. You talk about being molested by someone when you were younger. Someone not in the music industry, but, you know, she's talking about happens to young boys too, and how hard it is to not be taken advantage of, not only physically, but emotionally. And you're kind of opening yourself up to all these things, combined with photos of you now. You're very provocative and look different. You know, she's got a great rack. There's no way around it, right? I'll objectify her for a half a second here. Super talented, but I think she's a lovely girl too. And then they go, I heard you have a horse. I don't want anybody to know about that. I'm not comfortable telling you about the state of my equestrian affairs, all right? Let's stick to the topic of my breasts. Don't ask me about my horse.
Don't ask me about my horse.
Yeah.
That's a good album name.
Billie Eilish, Don't ask me about my horse. There's a video of her horse, though, and it's... It sounds sick, and I think that's maybe why she doesn't want to talk about it. By the way, that's the horse that came in dead last in the Kentucky Derby, And so that
Maybe you guys just didn't appreciate it. Maybe
They-
he's just tired.
that thing had to be put down immediately after the Kentucky Derby. As soon as it got off the track, they put that horse down. Yeah, right to the glue factory for that animal. So, Billie Eilish. She spent an unplanned year, obviously, for everybody who was going to go on tour. And she spent the year swimming and eating Taco Bell and making a new album with her brother, who's kind of in the background in her art, but a very talented dude himself.
She has a documentary out. I think it's on like Hulu or something like that.
It's on Apple Plus, I think.
Apple Plus, because I remember.
I heard that's very good.
It's great.
When we were at the bar, being old, one of our...
Here we are at the bar, being old.
One of the girls that I was with, she was
dope.
like, oh, I think they put on Billie Eilish. And I was like, yeah, I mean, she's talented, but I think she's overhyped. And they were like, oh, you need to watch her documentary. He was like, that girl's gone through some things. Like
Why do you think she's overhyped? I think she's at the beginning of what's going to be a great career.
She's talented, but there's a lot of other talented people. I don't understand.
Well, I mean, but that's always the case with the music industry. There's all kinds of, a lot of it's luck. You know, it's not just talent, because you're right. A lot of people are talented who never see the light of day, but I feel like she blew up at the right time.
She blew up at the right time, and I think she's handling her career with a lot of grace for someone of her age, where she's not trying to be something she's not. She's very in control of what she's releasing. I think it's impressive to have that kind of maturity at that age.
If you've almost a forced maturity, like if you've heard her in interviews, not the documentary, but she's like, I had to, I'm 14 years old at the time and having to deal with this. I can't even fathom having to deal with that.
14 years old dealing with what?
Like people on social media and people in the music industry.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like I think anybody, that's why you feel bad for people who like give Britney Spears a hard time, because you're like, Jesus.
You didn't even know, yeah.
These people are all going through the same thing if you get famous young. I don't know how anybody handles that.
Well, it's hard to handle.
Especially
That's why you
females.
get people like Britney Spears or Michael Jackson just being a complete weirdo, because he never had any privacy at all.
From like being a kid, yeah. So yeah, I don't know how I got in the Billie Eilish tangent, but
It's her British Vogue.
Yeah, she's on the cover of British Vogue, and everybody's got thoughts about it.
Anyone can read this article. Like you can read the article if I pull it up.
Yeah, you should be able to.
You don't need a subscription. There's not a paywall.
I don't think so.
Well, sometimes they're like, subscribe. I'm like, I'm not subscribed. I just want to read the article. Like, don't send me email alerts.
You don't want to subscribe to British Vogue?
They're like,
oh, come on.
Want to read further? Okay, send me your email address, your social security number, and your credit card. I'm like, no, I'm not doing that.
Poundcake, anybody ask you for your social security number? They're scamming you. Don't do that.
But what is it? I bet you can't even remember it.
I don't. But
He can't remember his social security number.
I probably already got scammed. I just don't know.
I got breaking news here.
Exclusive news update.
Bill and Melinda Gates are divorcing after 27 years. Now, will he top the Bezos divorce?
Ooh, maybe.
Formerly Mackenzie Bezos, I think now she's Mackenzie Scott, but Jeff Bezos' ex-wife got Amazon shares, and then he cut her a check for $50 billion or something, so she's the richest woman in the world. Bill and Melinda Gates have also been very philanthropic with what they do.
Mm-hmm.
They got married.
They gave everybody free microchips.
In their vaccines.
Yeah.
That's right. So what I want to know is, here's what I'm worried about now that I got the vaccine. Are they going to automatically deduct money from my bank account to fund the divorce proceedings?
Or are they going to split us up on who gets to track us? Are we getting tracked by Bill, or are we getting tracked by Melinda?
Right.
I want to know. We're all their children now.
I'm Team Melinda.
I'm Team
I don't
Bill.
know why.
Us Bill stick together.
Fine.
He's trying to make poop water that you can drink, and he's trying to make a better condom. I'm all about what he does. He does good things.
Now, if we can only combine the two, a condom that's easy to drink out of, that would be great. The couple agreed to give away more. They've agreed to give away more than half their wealth. Whatever you think about Bill Gates, they are among the world's wealthiest people, but they're also among the people that were like, we're not going to leave a ton of money to our kids. We want to give it away philanthropically or whatever. So they've announced after a great deal of thought and a lot of work on their relationship, that they've decided to end their marriage. They have 3 children. The last 27 years. I remember where people couldn't believe Bill Gates ever found a woman in the first place. They got married in 1994. Poundcake was the ripe old age of 2, I believe. So you know what that means? Bill Gates on the market, ladies. Look at this guy. BG back in the mix. And rich to boot.
Rich and... Whew.
Rich and hot.
Yeah.
Rich
so
and
hot.
rich and hot.
I wonder if he's going to finally get a decent haircut.
Nope.
Single Bill Gates has to do something to the hair.
Wouldn't it be great if he took like a complete transformation of himself now that he's going to be single? Because listen, he was single.
Bad boy Bill Gates, come on.
He was single 28 years ago, and now almost 3 decades later, finds himself back out in the market again.
He's got the ripped jeans on and the bedazzled shirt and the leather jacket.
He's saying things are sick and dope.
Yeah.
Yep. Can't get into college bars anymore. But if you ladies love the silver foxes as much as you say you do, then he should be even more desirable than he was 30 years ago. So we'll see. Now, obviously, nobody knows what the financial implications of this are, but wonder what they argued about.
Yeah, I wonder what the cause
she
of
didn't
divorce.
want. She's like, I don't want to give away half our wealth. Well, I'm giving away half our wealth.
Well, she's like, now
you're
giving away even more.
There you go. Feel free to give it away. I've got a break. You want to get a text in 35192. I will have another chance for you to grab $1,000 and go fund yourself coming up at 5:30.
It's the Alan Cox Show on 100.
radio station.
Available everywhere on our free iHeartRadio app. #1 for music, radio, and podcasts. All in one.
iHeart salutes Mom, giver of life, cleaner of clothes, fixer of problems, and matriarch of multitasking. With her own radio station, iHeart Mom's Radio, an entire station filled with hit songs from some of our favorite moms of music, like Gwen Stefani, Amy Lee, and so many more. Whether you're seeing Mom face-to-face or keeping it virtual, iHeart Mom's Radio is ready for you to turn your speakers up and toast your mom with songs from women who are strong, fearless, and talented just like her. Happy Mother's Day from iHeart, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeartRadio. Call the Alan Cox Show Sausage Party.
Finally, we're getting a little more sausage at this party.
216-578-1007 or 800-348-1007.
35192 to send a text. AlanCoxShow.com for everything else. Listen live on the iHeartRadio app. If you do it outside Northeast Ohio, tell me where. Mark is a new listener in Bailey, Colorado. It's about an hour outside Denver.
Man, seeing all those photos of Mary out there in Denver, I want to go out there again.
Yeah, it's a lot of fun.
I love the mountains.
Yep.
Looks nice.
We have a wedding there in September. Joe listens in Atlanta. Christine and Joe, another Joe, are in Holly Ridge, North Carolina. I mean, I assume it's another Joe, unless he's scooting back and forth between Atlanta and North Carolina. I don't know how difficult that would be to do. Tim listens in Linesville, Pennsylvania. Matt listens in Cedar Park, Texas. And Justin is in Bay Ridge, that is southwest Brooklyn. So, thanks, guys. Tribe game tonight, first of 4. 3 night timers and a day timer against the Royals, who are first in the division. Royals are killing it. 8:10 tonight is your first pitch on WMMS, so 7:30-something is going to be your pregame coverage. Roberto Alomar fired as a consultant by Major League Baseball. This is a guy who, if memory serves, played for the Indians and the White Sox.
Yes.
And
Toronto.
The Blue Jays,
yeah.
my C team, fired over a sexual misconduct claim from not that long ago, 4 or 5 years ago. He's in the Hall of Fame, I think. He's got to be in the Hall of Fame.
I don't know if he is.
One of the greatest at second base. Blue Jays record for batting average. But some women said that he did some stuff he shouldn't have done. And Major League Baseball's like, yeah, we it's been placed on the ineligible list for consultants.
2011, yeah, he's in the Hall
There
of Fame.
you go.
Good for him.
So a baseball industry employee reported an incident earlier this year involving Roberto Alomar from 2014. And they won't say anything more about it. But they cut him loose. So there you go. So, for the teams that I follow, he checks all the boxes. Now, had I thought about Roberto Alomar in a while? I had not. But I think he retired his number with the Blue Jays. So maybe they'll... I don't know what the aftermath is of something like this. It's not somebody going, in 1992...
It's pretty recent.
Yeah, it's 2014. So that's after he retired. He's been retired for a while. So that's when, obviously, they're not giving any details to protect the identity of the accuser. But so it just leads to speculation. But it's like, if it's after you retire, these guys get bored. That's when you get into trouble. If you weren't getting in trouble as a ball player, you get in trouble after being a ball player.
I think these guys have the ability to get in trouble at any point in their career, whether they're playing or they're retired. They always have that ability to somehow step into it.
Yeah, well, he did.
Allegedly.
That's right. I'm sorry. Allegedly. Pending an investigation, they have cut him as a consultant. I don't know what he was consulting. Put that guy on second base. Okay.
Well, he's not consulting for a team. He's consulting for the whole league.
That's what I mean. For Major League
Baseball.
It
had to do with, what is he? I mean, he's Hispanic. What is he? Dominican?
Oh, I don't know. You mean like outreach or something?
Yeah, something like that, like how to help the players transition from life in a different country into life
He's
in this
Puerto
country.
Rican.
Puerto Rican, yeah.
Played for the Padres, Blue Jays, Orioles, Indians, Mets, White Sox, and Diamondbacks.
Damn.
He made his way around the league. He's got a couple of kids, got a wife. So there you go.
A lot of good years with the Indians.
A lot of good years. Hey, Zach.
Hey, Alan, hate the show.
Thank you. What's going on?
I wanted to tell you, you guys were talking about Gojira a little bit ago. I wanted to tell you the story about the first time I saw them live.
Yeah.
The first time I saw them live was actually the first time I actually heard them and heard of them.
Yeah.
And the drummer came out, he sat down at the kit, and he did, again, you being a drummer, he did his little measurement things to make sure all the drum heads are set up where he wanted them. So he did his little, run around the kit.
Yeah.
And then his feet did 16th double bass for 6.5 minutes. And I go, this guy's legs never stop. And then he stopped. He did their little countdown for the next song, and he did another 6.5 straight minutes of 16th double bass. And I go, this drummer is insane.
Yeah, it's pretty wild, and that's why I like watching shows when I can. I'm not a big perks guy, but if I get to watch a show from either side stage or up above, which is perfect if you're watching the drummer, it's bananas to watch these guys play.
That show was Gojira, Lamb of God, and Metallica in 2010. So the whole show just killed the place. But they sat down, and I go, holy crap. I mean, I know Metallica's Metallica, but these guys started the show off just right. I'm ready. Let's go.
Well, and also, 2010, you were probably not alone in a lot of people seeing those guys for the first time or even hearing about them for the first time.
Exactly. I was 18 years old, so I had no idea who these guys even were. I saw the bill, and I go, who the heck is Gojira? And I'm like, these guys are awesome. These guys can come to town anytime they want.
Sure. Yeah. All right, cool. Thank you, Zach.
No problem. Right on.
All right. Yeah, I mentioned Gojira earlier because they have a new album out, and they've announced that the end of their fall headlining dates are the last show is in Cleveland on October 29th at the Agora.
Well, if you want the perks and you want to be able to see them from up above, you're not going to get that at Toronto. You're going to get it at the Agora.
Yeah, I got to get a box.
Yeah.
That's what we did for King Diamond, which was the last show I saw before the pandemic. Was King Diamond at the Agora. It was immediately a top 5 show.
What was the last show?
It was November 19th of 2019.
I think the last concert I went to was Tool. And that went off without a hitch.
What happened again?
I got so incredibly drunk that I was hungover for the next day and a half.
Oh, right. That's when you puked in here.
Puking during the show.
Oh, that was after the Tool show.
That was after Tool.
I forgot about that.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
An all-time... Couldn't even work the live stream that day. Just had to lay on the floor.
Right. People are like, how am I just expected to listen to the radio? What? I got $1,000 here for you. It's a chance for you to go fund yourself with $1,000. Good luck.
The Buzzard wants you to go fund yourself and score $1,000. Enter the nationwide keyword TRIP at WMMS.com. That's TRIP. Enter it now at WMMS.com. And good luck from Buzzard Radio.
Somebody pointed out to me that today is National Paranormal Day.
Ooh. There's a national day for everything.
Well, of course. But because we've gotten so many great stories from the world beyond us, from our own Cody Poundcake Brown, I wondered if you were celebrating National Paranormal Day in any particular way.
Mm-hmm. I don't need no spirits following me around. I get enough paranormal stuff in my everyday life. I don't need...
That's what I'm alluding to. I mean, you're it's not paranormal, but your mom saw a pterodactyl. You had a haunted grocery bag watch you masturbate.
Yeah.
That bag had unfinished business.
Are you gonna finish? Because I'll let you.
Yeah, right. He was trying to finish, and the bag was unfinished.
Hey, slow down. I'm enjoying this.
You know, I haven't had anything in...
Does your dad know you like that kind of pornography?
I don't know. He's not around. He's a ghost, too.
Yeah, a lot of people, by the way, asked me if Poundcake would have sex with either Bill or Melinda Gates for some of that sweet, sweet money now that they've announced that they're divorcing after 27 years.
I've had sex with uglier people for a lot less.
I was going uglier people for a lot less.
I would have sex with Bill or Melinda Gates for the kind of money they got.
Yeah,
You and me
give me a
both.
fraction. Give me 2/10.
Yeah, right.
2/10 of the money they have.
Yeah. Yeah, why not, right?
Yeah, no. Yeah, who cares?
But if they were like, okay, you get your pick of these two.
I don't know what Melinda looks like. I know.
Well, no, but
she's not too bad.
Irrespective, for him, she's amazing. What I'm saying is, would you just reflexively gravitate toward him because he's a guy, or would it matter what they looked like?
Well, I know.
It's not like Bill Gates is the ugliest guy you've
no,
ever
he's not
seen.
goofy
Like,
and nerdy.
Right? He's a grown-up nerd.
He's a
not
prototype
ugly,
nerd.
But also, I'm a virgin when it comes to women, so I feel like I would know his terrain a lot better than I would know hers. Like him, I'm like, all right, how long could he possibly last? Like, this could be over quick. I get my cool.
That's up to you.
Cool $1 million, like, at least. So yeah, it's fine. Her, she's like, you're gonna have to finish me. I'm like, oh man, yeah, I don't want her to be my first time. Him, I'd be like, listen, I'm gonna make it worth every penny.
Every penny. It's a lot of pennies. Al, the last show I saw was Incubus at the Akron Civic Theater, courtesy of the Alan Cox Show. There you go.
You're welcome.
Right? Pandemic memories for people.
Yeah, no, Bill Gates. I'll be the gatekeeper.
Yeah. You be the Gates kept man.
Oh, Bill, meet Monica.
Who's Monica?
Monica Lewinsky, get it, Bill? Monica?
This is pastrami again, isn't it? Pastrami. Okay.
This is him just
Bill,
trying to
meet
link a few
Monica.
things.
Bill Clinton?
Yes. Walk me through this, because I like these when you throw these out.
First name.
We're talking
Bill,
about
so
Bill Gates.
Bill Gates and Melinda Gates. But, but I think a lot of people associate, Bill and Monica with,
But her name's Melinda Gates.
I understand that, but I would be the Monica.
Right, but what's the connection?
I would get underneath his desk.
But how would
he
people
could stay in my dress?
But how are people supposed to draw the Monica Lewinsky thread?
It's just the name Bill.
Because
just
of the name Bill?
Just the name Bill.
I mean, here people think of Bill Squire.
Okay.
So to you, the name Bill is immediately associated with Bill Clinton.
Yeah. When you're a big figure like that. But, I mean, Bill had $1 million.
Bill meet Monica was his thought process.
I'll be his Monica. You got money, Bill? I know you got a nice condo with a nice lake view.
But we're talking about Bill Gates.
All right.
He's talking about all the bills. He's jumping back like there's no difference.
I love it.
I mean, my
It's
Dogecoin.
pastrami.
My Dogecoin's doing pretty good, so we'll see.
Brother just texted me about that. And they had the nerve to ask me for money. I'm like, yeah, he said, bro, mind you, this is right when we're coming back from break. So when he texts me all caps, my name, he says Cody. I'm like, what's wrong? So I'm texting, and he's like, can I borrow 100? I'm like, for what? And he's like,
Does this guy have a wife and kids?
Yeah, soon to be wife and kids. They're engaged now. But
So it's his kid?
No, it's
confirmed?
Not. No, yeah, a whole nother story. A whole nother woman.
Oh, Jesus. All right.
Yeah, no, and he's like, my Dogecoin. And I'm like, your what? He's like,
his joke currency.
I was like, you're investing? He's like, yeah. And I'm like, well, and you're going to use my money for? He's like, bills. I'm like, how about you put some money in your bills first?
Yeah.
He's like, well,
your brother's making all the right moves, isn't he?
He got asked me for
All
money.
the right moves.
Here I am willing to lend a hand. I just paid rent. I'm down a little bit. And here I am willing to lend a hand for my brother, being a good brother.
Why don't you?
Thank God I asked.
Why don't you invest $100 in Dogecoin? Wouldn't they get you like 1/3000th of a Dogecoin or something?
Because I don't want
right
to.
now, it'll get you probably, it's at like 42, 43 cents. So that gets you a few hundred. Or not a few hundred.
43 cents?
Math. Yeah, it's up to 43 cents right now.
I thought Dogecoin was at like $5,000 or something.
No. You're thinking about Ethereum.
I'm not. I didn't think I was thinking anything. I thought I saw a thing that. Well, anyway. Okay, so
Doge is around 43 cents.
So you're going to give him the money or no?
No. No, I'm not. I said I just paid a rent. I don't have an extra 100 to give you.
Yeah.
And especially if you're going to invest it in some fake currency, how about you get some real currency and pay your damn bills?
Yeah. But then if it goes up, then he can pay his bills even easier because he's got all that Doge money rolling in.
Yeah. Am I getting a percentage of this? Because it's my money.
You have to negotiate that with your brother.
I'm not negotiating nothing. If I invest money, it's going to be an investment that I want.
Then invest some.
So he wants to invest in Douchecoin, buy him one, and then,
Yeah, buy him one for 43 cents. Be like, hang on to that.
Chuck says Bill and Monica is Plank Jackson all over again.
Yes.
Remember Plank Jackson?
That is very Plank Jackson-y.
I don't remember this.
Poundcake, you make these connections that I love. That's why I try to, and it sounds like I'm being dim, but I just want to go back a little bit and follow his thought through, which I like. I like taking that little journey.
Yeah, going on the journey to figure
the journey's
out how
fun.
His jokes work.
Yeah.
It takes it to a whole nother level.
We were talking about Frank Jackson, and we were talking about naming the plows.
Yeah.
Mr. McPlow or whatever, and Poundcake said, I said they should do that here in Cleveland, raise some money for whatever the city, to naming rights for snowplows. And Poundcake said Plank Jackson.
Like they're still on a plank.
Snow on a plank.
There's snow on a plank.
I mean, there is snow on a plank somewhere.
Mm-hmm.
So it does make sense.
I don't remember this.
You don't remember this conversation?
No.
You remember it.
I don't.
You're pretending you don't.
Do you remember pastrami?
Yeah, I remember pastrami.
What's that?
Yeah, I remember pastrami.
Oh, okay. All right. Hey, Stripper Scott.
It's pastrami.
Yeah, hi, guys.
Do you remember pastrami?
Of course.
Do you remember Plank Jackson?
Definitely.
Do you remember Bill and Monica from 5 minutes ago?
Yeah.
All right, we're all caught up.
Yeah, oh, good. I remember that Metallica and Gojira show. I was at that one. That's where the sound went out on a quarter of the stage. We had to wait for like 20 minutes while they fixed it. Good times.
Oh, good for you.
I wasn't at that show. I missed that show.
Yeah, it was fun.
All right.
But real quick, I want to say this story. The guy beat me to it before. You're talking about how they call it Medina here. It actually should be pronounced Medina. And then how there's a Mecca. About 15, 20 years ago, I plotted out a little, as you call it, a Hajj or maybe a Ummah is a mini Hajj. I forget the terminology.
Your pilgrimage for the uninitiated?
Yeah. Yeah. And my friend, he's a half Palestinian, and he had a degree in philosophy or history and religion. He did all the research on the practices, and I did the road trip. And we hit like Rome, Alexandria, Macedonia, which is closer. But there's a lot of these like ancient cities that are named, in the immediate area.
Yeah.
Within an hour.
Yeah.
And so we had a couple bed sheets and pillowcases, and we put them on like togas and took pictures in front of the sign, welcome to, name of city. You change it up depending on where we were at. And one of the memories I have is we were in Medina.
I'm sorry, Scott. I've you're cutting out here. I've got to move on. Sorry, I lost you. I'm not sure what's going on there, but thank you for the call. Let me take a break. If you want to text 35192, and you can listen anywhere we are on the iHeartRadio app.
Checks.
discretion is advised.
This is 100.7 WMMS.
216-578-1007 to join us live. Or 800-348-1007 to join us 1 hour ago. 35192 to text me. A Tribe game is tonight. First of 4 in Kansas City against the Royals. 8:10 is your start there. That's your first pitch. So your pregame will go a little after 7:30. Cavaliers are off tonight. How did they do over the weekend? I didn't really pay that close attention to
You
the
know,
Cavs.
they tried their best. They signed Anderson Varejao back to the team.
They did?
Yes.
Wow.
Yes. They wanted to, he's...
Varejao? I thought that guy's like 40.
I mean, he's old. He's played 12 seasons. But
So they figure this is a guy we need.
they brought him in. They're going to give him a few games, and then he's going to be able to retire as a Cavalier, which I think is pretty cool.
Cavs teammates frustrated with Colin Sexton. Why is that?
Because he doesn't pass a lot.
Is he a ball hog?
He's kind of a ball hog.
Oh, well, he's a young man, right? He's like
He's
trying
young,
to make
yeah.
a name for himself. Okay.
Kind of a ball hog, but it's been a criticism for a long time. But I think he scores the ball better than most of the guys on the team. So
shade.
What are you gonna do? But yeah, he needs to work on his passing though. He needs to work better with the ball not in his hand. But that's just kind of how he plays the game.
Okay,
it's gonna take some time to develop.
Well, the Cavaliers are in what they call a skid. They have lost their last 6 games. They haven't won since April 21st, where they beat the Bulls. So they need a win. Hopefully they'll get it tomorrow night. They're going to be here at home, the Romo Fijo, to play the Suns of Phoenix, Arizona at 7 o'clock. So that's tomorrow night. I feel bad for people. This business will chew you up and spit you out and give you nary a moment's notice, right? And even the audience is hip to this now. It took a little while, I think, for people to realize what was going on if you turned on the radio and the person that you really liked on the air wasn't there anymore. Immediately scrubbed from the website, in the internet age. Mm-hmm. There were these 2 guys that were doing an afternoon show, or they were doing mornings. They were pretty successful. They were on in St. Louis. They did a country morning show. And they did so well in St. Louis that about 2 years ago, the company said, well, let's try to make this happen in Chicago. This company was signing on a new country station, and they wanted to grab these guys and put them on in Chicago. There's no way that they were going to make any kind of mark because they were up against this gargantuan country station in Chicago, but if they go, hey, we want to put you in Chicago, you don't say no. So they go, they do nothing. So they're back in St. Louis a year later. Another station puts them on in afternoons, slides them into mornings. This team called Mason and Remy, 2 youngish dudes. And the one guy had just gotten a brand new tattoo of the station logo on his shoulder. It was still healing, he said.
Oh,
and the station fired him. Station, I don't know why.
Poundcake just had an aneurysm.
It's his fault.
They took the other guy and teamed him up with the Midday Girl or something.
You jinx yourself when you do something like that. They always
There's
tell
no
you,
such thing as jinxing. It's just not a good. Listen,
they do it with marriages. Never get your spouse's name tattooed on your body. You're jinxing the marriage. Exactly. My brother did it too, and he got divorced too.
Bill did it.
Yeah.
And he got divorced.
I still think it was the right decision.
You also have decisions aren't my thing tattooed on your body.
I don't have that tattooed.
I was going to say that's not on your body.
That's
is
just
it?
an album I have that did very well.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, why so serious?
I did very well. Take that, Dan.
Yeah.
So and again, the only reason I know these guys is because when I was on in St. Louis, they were on in the morning. Not obviously different radio stations, but you know who else is on in the market, and these guys were doing really well. But you take the gig in Chicago because they offer it to you. But if you don't know your way around and you kind of don't know things, you're going to be out in a year, which is what happened to them. And they went back to St. Louis because I think that's where they're from. So you try to go for the brass ring, brand new radio station, and they give you the old song and dance. Like, oh, we're going to put tons of money behind you guys. It's going to be billboards, all this nonsense, right? So unless you're from there, you're really not going to make a mark, which is true in a lot of cities. But if you get a little bit of wind beneath your wings, you'll do okay. But then you go back to whatever market you came from because you got a built-in audience. City already knows you. You got some equity in the market. They know the names. You're not starting from square one. Go get a tattoo. I think you're right. I mean, I'm a big believer in coincidence, but I don't know what precipitated this guy going, now's the time. Because if you're really paying attention, you can kind of smell when there's blood in the water. Unless you are completely self-unaware, which a lot of people in our business are.
But I feel like if you just got to a place, you feel pretty safe about it.
Well, it depends on what your contract looks like. It depends on what your deal looks like. Even that, they can cut you at any time. Unless you got some ironclad. And again, I don't know anything about these guys other than I know their names. I know that they were on at home for a little while. And I thought that the guy left of his own accord because a couple articles I read, I get those dopey radio newsletters and stuff, sounded like he had enough. He's split. These two guys have been together for a while. Nope, they fired him. They let him go. Now, if he stays in town, if he stays in St. Louis, he can probably get another gig. Somebody else will hire him because people know the name.
Will he have to fight to break a non-compete?
Again, I don't know anything about his deal. He'll probably have to wait a little bit. Yeah, I'm sure. I mean, situation like that, they fire you and you got to wait 6 months to work, but they're paying you the whole time. So what do you care?
I was going to say you're on leave. I didn't know because you always say, because that's the one thing that gets me. Like, it's one thing to just have egg on your face from getting fired. And then on top of that, they're like, well, you can't work within 90 miles of this radio station. Like, all right, well, then hell, I have to move. I have a lease here. What am I supposed to do?
No, but that's a thing. Like, I've moved a billion times. Like that's and a lot of people don't want to do that. So they're like, I only want to work in my hometown. Like, okay, you can do that, but you're going to hit a ceiling pretty quick. You know?
I don't know anybody in this business that says they only want to work here and nowhere else.
Plenty of people. I mean,
but those are people that already have worked other places. Like that, they're probably did their moving already in their career, and it's like, this is where I'm settling. This is where my house is. This is where my
some
family
people. Well, I mean, I've been here 11, but like when Maria was here, she's from here, right?
Yeah.
Corey Roddick,
okay, I guess
born and bred in Cleveland, Ohio. I mean,
True.
So radio stations all have people that are like from the town, and they're like, look, I love it here.
They're lifers, yeah.
Yeah, I love the radio station. I love my hometown.
But that's the thing is, this industry is loyal to no one. Like no one.
No industry is loyal to anyone. True. What industry is loyal to people? I never understood the whole loyalty thing. Look, I've been here 30 years. So? Now we're doing something different. Okay.
So
it's true. It's like,
it's
not 1955 anymore, I mean, yeah, loyalty.
Peace Beach. I don't care. You've been here 30 years. I'm new.
That's why people always think I'm a robot, because I'm not like making friends and stuff. Because it's like somebody comes down the hall and goes, hey, could you pack all your crap in your office and come see me? And then you're on to another city. And you're making all new friends. What?
I think it's okay to still make friends.
No, it's not, Bill, because you're just going to end up leaving them.
Right, but you
end up leaving them. What do I got to make friends just to leave them? What am I, in the 5th grade?
I mean, you can make a few friends.
It's just been so weird.
And I have made friends in Cleveland. And
How long has Chris Tyler been gone?
He's been gone 2 or 3 years, I think.
I'm going to say, because his birthday just passed.
I think 3 years.
Yeah, he's been gone. But again, he went back home. As soon as they were like, we got a gig for you at home, man, he
was
bit.
out.
Yeah, because he was like, oh, Cleveland's great. I'm going to stay in Cleveland. As soon as they go, hey, we got something for you at home in Boston. Pew! Which is what you're supposed to do. Well, I mean, I had been here a little while. And my agent calls and goes, hey, do you want to go back to Chicago? And I go, I'm like, I kind of already did that. And things are going well in Cleveland. They wanted me to replace Maxwell again.
Right.
I'm like, what is my whole career going to be replacing this guy? Pittsburgh, Cleveland, Chicago? He was at my old station in Chicago, and I guess they were changing direction.
And that station went away, though, right?
Went away.
Yeah. So you made
the Jesus people bought it. So it was like
and
a real...
they didn't try and hire you?
Huh?
The Jesus people didn't try and hire you?
I mean, I sent them a tape, but they didn't...
Were you doing the devil at the time?
Yeah, I was, yeah. Hey, you guys want to hire me? That'd be a lot of fun.
Hey, it's Jesus FM. What's going on, everybody? Yeah, here's a new one from Michael Montgomery. I don't know the
names of the people on those.
In Southwest Ohio, when I was driving out to Indianapolis a couple weeks ago, 100.7 is a very strong Jesus station.
Sure.
And it's just like, you get, like, I got into my car and I turned it on, and I already had it on 100.7, and it just starts blaring this, like, and it's one of those tricky ones where it's the rock music, and you're like, ooh, what's this song? I've
They
never
lure
heard
you
this
in.
before. And you listen to it, and then they get to the, and then I was praising him. He's the only one.
That's
and
right.
I'm just like, you almost got me, Jesus Rock.
He almost got me.
Jesus Rock always tries to reel you in. I'm not falling for it. I want the devil in my rock, not Jesus.
There was a network of religious affiliates. It was called Way FM. I don't even know if it's a thing anymore. But they were the ones that always got me. I'd be on the road and I'd lock into something that sounded kind of pop punky.
Yeah.
And you're like, hey, this is good. How is this a station in the middle of nowhere? And they're like, Way FM. Jesus saves, everybody else spends, or whatever the things are. And you're like, oh man. But then you go, well, if the music's good, I don't care. If I like a song, I don't care they're singing about Jesus. What do I care?
I kind of care.
I don't care.
I kind of care.
Listen, I
kind of care.
You can't like the song?
I'll try my best, but because it gets so, like, if you pay too close attention, if you can just kind of hear it and not pay attention, you can kind of enjoy it. But it's always got that message in there. It's got that uplifting message, and I'm not about it.
I can't believe that they want you to have an uplifting message.
Yeah.
Listen, I got
but it requires me. It's an uplifting message that requires me to go back on a lot of things that I've said in my life. So it's uplifting to some people, but to me, it brings me down.
It's the
that I was praising him.
I don't mind the uplifting message. It's the trying to crush people who don't believe what we believe messages that I don't like. Uplifting message. To me, I liken it to if somebody gives you something delicious and you go, God, this is great. What is this? And they go, it's penguin a-hole. And you go, blah. Like, but
I don't want to eat that.
You really liked it before you knew what it was. Same thing with Christian rock radio. You're like, I like that song. And then you told me what it was. I go, still a good song.
I'll apply this to anything.
I'm not going to Google the band.
It doesn't have to be a Christian rock song. It can, like, you don't want to hear a love song that's successful, right? Nobody
what do
wants
you
that.
mean?
Like, no one writes a love song about how it went well. It's always a
I
heartbreak
see.
song.
Well, not all of them, though. You're my one
The
and
good
only.
ones.
We've
The
been
good ones.
through so much. I mean, there's.
We've been.
I don't know. There's got to be a song like that, right? Positive love songs. I mean, didn't Delilah do a whole thing on that? I mean, she's not doing a breakup show.
There's a lot of breakup stuff on her show.
No, there are a lot of breakup songs
Those are
because
the
that's
better
what
songs.
really. I agree.
Yeah.
But I mean, there are love songs with uplifting messages. I'm sure We've been married a long time, and I still find you sexually attractive.
My eyes never wandered. Neither
That's
have
right.
My hands.
That's right. Yeah, you look old, but I love you. So yeah.
No, I mean I don't mind an uplifting message, obviously, but it just it's always the praise phrasing is always what makes me just uncomfortable.
It's a lot of him and me and love, and it's okay. Listen,
and you have to give your life over to him, and I was lost, and then I gave myself to him, and I was back on track.
Well,
feeling myself,
and that works for a lot of people.
And it works for a lot of people.
I'm just
it doesn't
talking
work
about
for me.
I'm talking about the aesthetics of the song.
Right.
If Poundcake can separate the art from the artist, I'm separating the art from the message.
There you go.
Obviously, I would rather hear somebody singing about the devil.
Separating the Christ from the chorus?
Yes, I would rather hear somebody singing about Old Scratch.
Mm-hmm.
But if I'm in the car and I'm kind of half hypnotized by the road anyway, and I'm punching around and there's a song, all right.
You just sing about Coke, now I'm singing about Christ. You just sing about Coke, now I'm singing about Christ. I feel like that would be a country rock song.
It might be.
About
Write it up
Jesus.
and send it to somebody. Nobody out there is writing their own songs. Hey, Eric.
Yes, Alan.
How are you, man?
Good. Love the show.
Thank you, sir.
So I want to chime in about the tattoos and your spouses. I have my wife's name tattooed on my shoulder, and we've been together almost 20 years now. So I think that kind of debunks the jinx aspect of it.
Well, yes, there are individual examples.
Now
I
she
mean,
cheating.
nothing's absolute, but I mean, if you had gotten it 48 hours prior and then she comes to you and goes, I want a divorce, you'd feel weird.
A little bit.
Yeah. Well, congratulate. What's your wife's name, Eric?
Amanda.
Congratulations, Eric and Amanda. 20 years strong. Now, there's a positive, uplifting message.
Thank you, Alan.
All right, thanks. There you go. There's
Proud of you, man.
Are you, though?
I was making
Are you proud of him?
Yeah, I don't want to be the guy that has the tattoo. Like, I don't want that to be every situation. He's succeeding. He's married. He's got the tattoo. He's breaking myths.
Yeah, again, listen, I love my wife. She loves me. We never once were considered, hey, let's get each other's name. You know, I mean, it's not even on my mind, you know.
Yeah, I was day drunk.
Day drunk. They let you get a tattoo when you're day drunk?
If they don't know you're drunk.
Oh, you got to hide it.
Mm-hmm. A little bit, yeah.
You guys, you got to give me a tattoo?
No, I'm not
drunk.
Wasted. I was like, yeah,
I'm not drunk.
In New York, I was like, yeah, I'll just do something nice.
Now, nobody's ever going to top Donnie, our former intern's tattoos, but those are not girlfriend related. Abandon all ye hope, ye who enter.
Abandon.
Those are not girlfriend related.
Was he was on drugs when he was doing those, right?
I don't know.
Yeah, I think so.
Abandon ye though.
Abandon. Rhymes with methadone.
Mm-hmm. Abandon all he though ye enter.
I think Abandon was the name of that Christian rock band.
Hey, there you go. We are Abandon from Omaha, Nebraska. Hey, Zach.
Hey, what's up?
How are you?
This song. Remember in the 90s there was, you still do what I run, you, the only one I want.
Zach's nailing it.
Oh, he's got a good voice.
Good night.
Wow, listen to him.
Very good.
Who was that, Faith Hill?
Something like that.
Oh. Yeah,
I
okay.
remember who sings it.
I thought he meant still the one from, remember Orleans? There was this band in the 70s. They had like one big hit. They used it for like the ABC marketing campaign one year. You're still the one for comedy. And then they, you know, these guys had like one hit, I think. It was called Still the One.
Great song.
Of course, they did Dance With Me too. Dance With Me. Yeah. A couple of songs.
Poundcake, is this Skinner?
It's not Skinner.
Is this Leonard Skinner?
I'm going to say nah.
Right, because it's the same band that I was just playing. So you are right. Neither of them, as they are the same band, are Leonard Skinnerd. That's right. These guys are probably playing a rib fest somewhere, right? Orleans?
Maybe.
Yeah. All right. They're from Woodstock, New York. I wonder if they played Woodstock. I don't think they're that old.
Yeah,
but
they're old. Yeah.
Imagine if there was an era-defining festival in your hometown and you were too young to have played at it. You know, hey, they're gonna do Woodstock '99 with Limp Bizkit. You guys want to go this second round? We'll put you in between Korn and Sugar Ray.
I'm going to slow things down a little bit here. I hope you enjoyed Korn, but now we're going to take things a little easy.
Hey,
with
please don't throw your shoes up here.
Yeah.
Please don't toss your poop. I think the singer's dead now, but what?
How pissed would you be if you were like the next big pop star and you grew up in Coachella, California? You're like, yeah, I never got to play.
Oh, I never got to play Coachella. I mean, Jimmy Fallon grew up in Saugerties, New York, which is where Woodstock actually was, where the festival was.
Oh.
He's not old enough. I mean, he would have been a kid, right? Like a little kid when they were.
I think he was not born yet.
I thought he's older than me. Jimmy Fallon?
Is he?
Maybe by a couple of years.
I don't know.
Oh.
He's so boyish, though.
He's got those boyish good looks.
Yeah,
Oh, he's 46. I was way off. Okay, sorry. Sorry, Jimmy. Okay, let me take a break, and if you want to get the last word in, shoot me a text, 35192. Next chance for you to grab another $1,000, by the way, is coming up. You can go fund yourself at 6:30.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7. radio and podcasts, all in one.
iHeart salutes Mom, giver of life, cleaner of clothes, fixer of problems, and matriarch of multitasking. With her own radio station, iHeart Mom's Radio, an entire station filled with hit songs from some of our favorite moms of music, like Gwen Stefani, Amy Lee, and so many more. Whether you're seeing Mom face-to-face or keeping it virtual, iHeart Mom's Radio is ready for you to turn your speakers up and toast your mom with songs from women who are strong, fearless, and talented just like her. Happy Mother's Day from iHeart, #1 for music, radio, and podcasts, all in one app.
iHeart Radio.
I would like to introduce you to a man who needs no introduction, probably because most of you have done it with him. Just kidding. He wouldn't be interested in any of you.
The Alan Cox Show on 100.7 WMMS.
Okay, time to go. Thanks very much, guys, for hanging out today. Thanks for the calls and the letters and the gifts and the waving through the window. Sorry, I'm thinking about October. When people will be putting the fruit basket up.
I sent you guys that picture of everything getting all cleared out.
All right, yeah.
That's pretty cool.
The guts of the new, Yep. Okay, what do you got coming up, William?
This Friday, it's finally here. I'm recording an album at Hilarities. There's a few tickets left for Saturday. There's a few tickets left for Friday, and then Sunday there's plenty left. So you can get those tickets at hilarities.com. It's going to be a lot of fun. It's going to be a clean show. So you're like, oh, I don't know what to do with my mom on Mother's Day. Bring her out. They're all jokes that she can enjoy, and she'll have a great time. And then follow me on Twitter and Instagram at Bill Squire, and check out the Bill Squire Show podcast on iHeartRadio and YouTube. And no Flicks and Bill this week because I am
because there's
too
no
busy.
movies. Oh,
well, there's just I got things to talk about, but I'm trying to relax a little bit before the recording, so I don't want to overstress myself.
Gotcha. Poundcake?
I just got Radio Cody B on Twitter and Instagram.
Okay. Cool. Thanks, guys. I'm out there at Alan Cox Show. This show available on demand anytime on the aforementioned iHeartRadio app. If you prefer to watch, you can. Our YouTube channel is The Alan Cox Show. And you can leave a message anytime about anything on the After Hours line. 216-986-8903 for that. And your next chance to grab some money, 6:30. You can go fund yourself. Another keyword that'll have $1,000 for you. Tribe game tonight, 1st to 4 against the Royals. They're on the road. 8:10 is your first pitch tonight here on WMMS, and also catch the game on the iHeartRadio app too. So that's it. Thanks, guys. We'll talk to you again tomorrow around 2 o'clock. More MGK tickets for that December show all week as well. And I will see you in hell.
And now I must leave you as the